Kia ora koutou. We'll make a start this morning with the hearing, day 2. The hearing panel's already introduced ourselves, so we will crack into it with today and open for the council's witnesses in terms of order. We've got the batting list on the agenda, but flexible as and when required, especially given flights over the last little while with people coming and going. Luckily, we landed on the second try, so that was good luck for us, but I know other planes got turned around, so we may not have everyone here yet, but we'll just see how we go. And in the council's hands too, into how you'd like to do this, whether we go straight to Ms Fairgrave or whether there's a few things admin to do first.
I've got a few housekeeping things to deal with first.
Thank you.
Okay. A couple of those are arising out of memorandum we've got from other parties. So there was, I think, a request from Mr Winchester in relation to a site visit for the Anna Hutchison Family Trust submission. The council's obviously more than happy for that to happen if the panel will be assisted. My only comment with respect to that is we're happy also to make somebody available to also attend with Mr Murray. I think just for perception, it's obviously no question over the integrity of Mr Murray, but for the benefit really of the further submitters, I thought that might be appropriate. So just if you have an opportunity to let us know time.
So we're looking, and I think Lynn's looking at it, potentially Wednesday afternoon. I'm confident, with brackets around it, that will be through the council's case.
Yeah.
And then maybe at about, I'm trying to remember the time, Lynn, it was about 3 o'clock-ish. And what we were thinking, we've had a few requests. We might try and do it, do Hutchinson first, then this week I think as well, so go into Glen Panel, then do the way back.
Sorry, I've just seen we might need a microphone at this table.
Yep. And just one question with that too, I realised my mic wasn't on, but is also to the degree, Lindley, we might or the landowners. Hopefully we don't. We've all got, what would we call it, jeans and sort of fancy sneakers, so we'll be perfectly poised. But if more sort of active climbing, etc. is required, we may need gumboots or whatever. But it's lovely weather. It will no doubt be raining by Wednesday, but touch wood. Evening.
The second piece of housekeeping was with respect to the questions that the panel had put to Mr Skelton. Mr Skelton will answer those questions as part of the summary. I would just reserve my right to make submissions in closing in terms of the relevance of some of those questions.
And I think we'll probably have questions as we go through on relevance, etc. Timing, different projects, what we are dealing with in terms of this variation.
My third piece of housekeeping, on Monday last week I mentioned a table of numbers that the council witnesses had been working on that set out the pluses and minuses, so to speak, and with leave I wanted to use the opportunity to table it now. Ms Woods will just pass that out.
Thank you.
This has been prepared by Mr Lowe, but with input from other witnesses. But I thought it would be useful for you to have that now, so that if you've got questions for Mr Lowe, you have an opportunity to have a look at it.
Yep, that's great, thank you. And Lindley, do you mind just putting that on the website? It's probably already on. Lovely, thank you.
And just on the second page of that, in regard to the questions that have panel have had in terms of the timing of uptake of various parts of the variation area. This is setting out some of the timing considerations too, so it's not just the numbers, but Ms. Fairgrave would be the appropriate witness if you have questions about that.
Might almost get you to step us through that when the time's right, if that's okay, please. Thanks.
And then my fourth piece of housekeeping was just shadowing with respect to urban design in Swinburne, where the council's obviously called more than one witness, and we wondered whether it might be of most assistance if we called them together and they'll just each read their summary, and then you can direct questions as need be to those witnesses, rather than it being a little bit more piecemeal one by one.
And again, the questions will focus on the variation more than the master plan, etc. But yes, that's, yep.
I think it would be helpful if you could brief the witnesses in the discussions we've been having as a panel. In several instances, the witnesses all appear to refer to each and agree with each other, and that has made it sometimes difficult to understand which witness is actually the lead witness on certain topics. And if we get them all in a group, the absolute time killer will be if all three of them start trying to answer every question. So ideally, we'll have a very clear path of which witness is dealing with which issues, and we probably won't be wanting all the crossover. And that's simply because we'll end up spending 5 times as much time as we're trying to save.
Absolutely, and I suppose just to clarify the intention in terms of calling them together was certainly not that you'd hear from each of them on each issue. It was just that sometimes the issues obviously do interact or overlap to a degree. Then in terms of the follow-up, I suppose, from last Monday, I haven't prepared further written supplementary legal submissions. The issues are evidential, but I thought on a couple of the issues it might be just helpful if I could foreshadow now who has addressed those, so that you just can orientate yourself in terms of where you might be directing some of those questions. We haven't, but can easily do a quick master list of the questions with who's answered each, if that would assist. We could just have that for you at lunchtime. We haven't got it done right now, but we've got it.
That would probably be helpful, but no huge rush.
Very good. We will we'll attend to that. In terms of those high-level issues, so there were just a few I wanted to touch on. The first of those was the question around the overall rationale in terms of the distinction between the north of State Highway 6 and south of State Highway 6 in terms of density. And I think there was a question in terms of the resource management reasons for that. And I gave an answer to you in my legal submissions in terms of, well, that was partly to reflect what is physically there in terms of the south of State Highway 6 being developed already, largely. There are urban design and transport reasons that feed into that as well. So the urban designers and Mr. Shields can address that further as required for you.
Are you going to ask them to do that proactively when they give their summaries, or are you asking us to remember to ask them?
I will proactively ask them to address that for you.
I think most of them are here listening probably, so that would be helpful if you could proactively do it, otherwise we'll forget.
And just to add to that, what Mr. Brown has done is, in relation to all of those overarching questions from the 27th, he has prepared written responses to, so you will have a report which draws on the other experts, so there will be a piece of paper that you'll have drawing that together too.
Thank you.
The next point I just wanted to clarify or reiterate is around the 2,400 number, which has obviously been referred to in a number of different places. And that number is based on the transportation modelling, and Mr. Shields, in his responses to your questions, sets that out, so you'll have that in writing in due course. The next issue I had here was some of the staging and timing implications, and just to reiterate in relation to those, both Ms. Beardray and Ms. Hanson in particular address those from an economic point of view, and that's in their written summaries for you, so you will hear more from them about that. And then also obviously there's planning and transport overlays to that. So again, we've tried to draw in our summaries all of those, the witnesses have addressed all of those issues in their summaries for you. So you will hear about that in due course. Then one other clarification on the record transport service issue, which was something that came through in the planning joint witness statement. And the evidence of the transport experts for the council is that it is not an RTS. Ms. Brown's still considering that in terms of the planning overlay, given we are at Optimum conferencing, but I just thought it was important that you had that.
Thank you, that's good to know now.
For the urban design.
Yes. Yep.
And then finally, the NPS HPL, if you want the case name in terms of the application to the Anna Hutchison Trust.
Thank you. That would be great. I noted when I reread their submission, it's actually in their submission as well, but not the case name.
So the cases are Whakatapu Equities Limited and QLDC. It's a 2013 case.
NZ, ENV.
ENVC 188. 2023.
Perfect.
And Mr. Brown will address the application to the Dodds land in terms of, it comes down to its identification in the spatial plan.
Right. Lovely.
And then the only other thing I just wanted to foreshadow in terms of the work that the council witnesses have been doing in light of the panel's questions is that there are a couple of provisions where we are doing some further work on the provisions in light of the questions. And the first of those is, we already foreshadowed last Monday in terms of the density rule, and Mr. Brown has some further tweaks to that rule and has engaged with some of the other planners. So he will address that when he gives his evidence. There is also, there was a question 1.37 in relation to the gateway and its reflection within the objectives and policies of the variation provisions. And I think suffice to say it's not particularly well reflected, if at all, and so we are giving some further thought to that with review to providing a slight amendment to reflect that issue. And then similarly with the stormwater provisions, there is some further thought being given to those. And the intention is before the stormwater experts give the evidence, we will also provide those updated provisions.
Thank you. Thank you for all the extra work that's being done. That's much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you for the questions in advance. It was very helpful for the witnesses to be able to consider those. So we've done our best to try and assist you as best we can. So that then brings us to the evidence. I wasn't sure how formal you wanted to be in terms of calling the witnesses.
Yes, no, it will be fine in terms of the formality and things. We've got various briefs and statements, so it's probably just making sure we've got the right material.
Perhaps what I'll just do for each witness is clarify what they have filed to make sure you've got all the bits, and then it'll be over to them. They will read out I'm assuming you'd like them to read out their summary statements.
Yes, thank you, and we'll get them passed around.
And,
Lovely.
sorry.
Thank you.
Yep. Just, we weren't sure we want the questions, the responses to each of the questions read out as well, or not. Some witnesses there obviously aren't many, but for some there are a few more.
Well, we asked them, so we're obviously interested in the answers. So to the degree, either we'll have a look, if there's quite a few, we might read them because it might be quicker.
Yeah.
But otherwise, maybe yes, read out too, please. But we'll see as we go on a case by case.
Very good. So, I will now call Ms. Bearbray to give her evidence. So, to clarify, she has her evidence in chief of 29
Thank you.
September, her rebuttal evidence 10 November, responses to questions on the
24th.
24th of November, and then her further summary and responses to the panel's questions dated today.
Perfect. And attended the joint
And,
statement
sorry, yes,
on
attended the...
2 November.
Yeah, and as a signatory to the JWP Office JWP.
I've now realised I've got way too much paper and I should laptop.
So you can read your...
Okay, thank you. Good morning, my name is Susan Fairgray and I'm an Associate Director at Market Economics. I've been working for Council on the city provisions. So today I'm going to read out my summary statement. I've also provided at the end of that written questions from the submitters I've got the written questions at the end of that summary statement too from the hearings panel. So in Appendix A of my summary statement, I include a summary of dwelling yields and the projected market size calculations by different densities, which are discussed throughout my summary statement. And in Appendix B, that's where I respond to the panel's written questions. And then the proposed Western Extension area on the Anna Hutchison Family Trust land. That have arisen from the hearing panel prior to and during the opening day of the hearing. Further technical detail to support these responses, if required, is contained within the appendices, along with further responses to specific questions. So in terms of the residential dwelling densities, types of dwelling mix within the eastern corridor, and so what I woods shot over and Lake Hayes, and also the Wakatipu ward generally. It will contribute to a more sustainable urban form and support the viability of the proposed TPLM commercial centre, which will provide amenity to the wider surrounding catchment area. I consider that these aspects are important to achieving a well-functioning urban environment in this location over the long term. So in my view, it is important that the dwelling mix achieved at TPLM is well suited to long-term. In evaluating the proposed urbanisation for Queenstown Lakes District Council, I have taken this into account for different parts of the market. So these include the commercial market, which forms a key component of the wider market, but also, importantly, other parts of the market such as the current and future community, as well as understanding the effects of urban form that affect the market more broadly. I have also had regard for how the housing market may be expected to change over time as the district economy expands and the medium and higher density housing typologies represent greater shares of the total housing estate in the future. There are likely to be important differences in what is efficient and effective for different parts of the market and at different times. So, for instance, the greatest return to the commercial developer market may occur through a less intensive, lower risk dwelling mix achieved within a shorter time period. However, greater benefit to the community may occur through an increased range of dwellings delivered across a longer time period. It is important to appropriately balance commercial developer objectives with longer term housing need in the community and to recognise the trade-offs. I have assessed whether the dwelling mix is enabled by different proposed provisions, so including those ranging from the notified TPLM and alternatives proposed by submitters. I have considered whether these are likely to be well suited to long-term patterns of housing need in the community and the extent to which these are reasonably able to be delivered by the commercial market. I consider the efficiency and effectiveness of different provisions occurs through a combination of the proposed densities as well as how they are implemented. So taking this into account, I support the following residential development provisions. Firstly, the notified medium density residential precinct minimum densities of 40 dwellings per gross hectare, and I also note here the general agreement among the economic experts that this enabled pattern of development is currently commercially feasible. And secondly, within the high density dwellings per hectare achieved across the precinct overall, with certainty and timing for different dwelling typologies and densities that contribute to achieving this density overall. So development of sites at medium densities, and what I mean by that is lower than 50 dwellings per hectare, should be enabled to occur within the precinct in the short to medium term, with areas set aside for higher density development to achieve the minimum density overall if it becomes feasible in the future. So these sites could alternatively develop at medium densities in the future if higher density development does not become feasible. So in terms of my latest position on the matters remaining in dispute, there is currently disagreement among the economic experts relating to the requirement for higher density dwellings, and what I mean by that is 6-storey vertically attached apartments to achieve the density minimums within the high density residential precinct. I consider that higher density dwellings are likely to be beneficial for the community's long-term housing needs if they are able to be delivered by the market. They are currently not feasible in this location, but may become feasible in the long term. And I consider that this may occur as the scale of the market demand becomes larger and the range of locations where they are delivered in Queenstown also expands. So in my view, it is important to retain the development opportunity for some higher density apartments to occur in the long term, with the ability to alternatively develop at medium densities if apartments do not become viable. I hold this view because these areas would otherwise be likely to be developed more quickly at a medium density scale in response to incentives of faster and easier returns for developers. If this occurs, then the opportunity for a wider range and number of dwellings to meet community demand over a longer time period would be lost. Once developed, there would be limited ability for any further intensification into the long term, even if increased demand improved the viability of higher density housing. So in my view, in assessing the feasibility and appropriate balance of density provisions, a key aspect is the level of higher density dwelling development that would need to occur within the high density residential precinct at different proposed minimums for the rest of the precinct to be able to develop at densities that are considered to be currently feasible for the commercial market. So in other words, how many higher density apartments would be required to achieve a development pattern that is feasible across most of the precinct but would meet the density minimums overall. So I have assessed both the land areas required to develop at higher densities as well as the number of higher density dwellings that would need to be developed on these land areas. I have then examined the required scale of higher density development relative to future projected higher density market size, taking into account timing. I have also examined the medium density demand relative to development opportunity in TPLM and the wider Queenstown market. So the calculated outputs to support my assessment are conserved for higher density development to achieve a density of 50 overall. And that, by my calculations, amounts to between 0.4 hectares and 1.9 hectares. And that is applying the updated precinct areas from that which I reported in my evidence and rebuttal. So this amounts to between approximately 100 to 275 higher density dwellings, which is shown in Figure 2. So Figure 2 basically shows the number of higher density dwellings that would be required as the density increases, the required overall density increases. So this equates to approximately 3 to 9 6-storey apartment buildings in line with the provisions at Ladies Mile. and that the range depends upon the level of development efficiency across the rest of the precinct, how efficiently those land areas are developed at medium density. So my assessment estimates that development in the high density residential precinct dwellings per hectare is likely to require between 200 and 400 higher density dwellings were constructed at medium densities of around 40 to 45 dwellings per hectare, which is where there's agreement that 40 to 45 hectares is what the development pattern which is currently commercially feasible. So this would take up about 4 to 15% of the high density residential precinct land, 40% of the long-term Wakatipu ward apartment market. My assessment of that range is that it would requiring 20% of the long-term Wakatipu ward apartment growth. So, between 100 to 200 higher density apartments would be required in the high density residential precinct to achieve an average density of 55 dwellings per hectare. So my assessment of the TPLM variation, including the high density residential precinct, required dwelling yields within the context of market demand is summarised in tables 1 to 3 in Appendix A. So there is a total projected long-term market size for between 1,000 and 2,700 higher density dwellings across the Wakatipu ward. And just to be clear, this also includes the NPS-UD competitiveness margin. And the difference between that range depends on upon the level of market shift which is likely to occur in terms of how households respond to different patterns of dwelling availability and changes in preferences within the market. I consider that it's probably likely to be closer to the higher end of that range. So in Table 3, it shows that the TPLM high density precinct would need to absorb between 4% and 28% of the projected long-term higher density demand across Wakatipu ward to achieve a density minimum of 50 dwellings per hectare. And within this range, I consider that it would be closer to around 10% within that range, based on my calculations. So I consider that the yield of TPLM is likely to occur towards the lower end of the calculated range in Table 1, so that's closer to the minimum densities. And I refer here to the medium density and the high density residential precincts. So in Appendix B, which is my responses to the panel's questions, I set out why I consider development of the precincts closer to the higher overall density range is less likely to occur. I have also examined the scale of medium density development, and this is medium density development within both the medium density precinct but also the medium density development that would occur across most of the land area within the high density. Medium density development pattern within the context of the Wakatipu ward medium and long-term market demand. TPLM total medium density dwelling yield, which is 1,250 to 1,450 dwellings, and that's of the medium density and high density residential precincts, is still likely to be developing in the long term. And this simply relates to the scale, the size of the development opportunity at Ladies Mile. The size of the development opportunity means that it's unlikely to be fully taken up within the medium term. So Table 3 shows that all of the Wakatipu ward medium density dwelling demand would need to be met in Te Pūtahi Ladies Mile if this component were to become close to fully developed in the medium term. I consider this is unlikely to occur when taking account of other development opportunities across the ward that are also likely to attract a share of market demand. So the time frame of medium density growth in TPLM as HDR precinct is important when considering the potential for opportunity costs to arise from retaining the land areas for future higher density development. So in my view, retaining these areas for future development is less likely to generate an opportunity cost in terms of foregone potential for medium density development for the precinct during the short and medium term. And this is because the assessment suggests that there is insufficient market demand to develop all of the precinct at medium densities within this time period. Now, moving on to the second aspect, which is the proposed extension area. I support the urbanisation of the Hutchison Family Trust proposed Western Extension area. In my view, long-term development of this area at a medium density scale is likely to be an efficient pattern of development, housed at a medium density scale in the short to medium term, or within a time frame that coincides with residential development in areas surrounding the TPLM commercial centre. So if the extension area were to be urbanised in the short to medium term, then I would support urbanisation at a scale reduced from that of the proposed medium density residential precinct, such as the Queenstown proposed district plan low density suburban residential zone. So that's the end of my the summary of my key points. Would you like me to move on to my reading out my responses to the questions?
Yes, I think so, and then we'll go through all of it in
Okay.
terms of questions in one go. So yes, please. Otherwise, we'll ask questions that you will have answered
Yeah.
in here, I suspect. Lovely.
The
Thank you.
question is, how is the development of TPLM intended to occur over time? Is it sufficiently coordinated and managed to minimise inefficient outcomes and adverse environmental effects? So my assessment has found that large shares of the TPLM development opportunity are likely to be currently commercially feasible for development to start to occur from the short term if taken up by developers. The dwelling typologies and densities enabled by the notified TPLM variation provisions are currently commercially feasible for the lower density and medium density residential precinct areas. I also consider that the proposed changes to the high density residential precinct provisions will also enable currently feasible development opportunities across most of this area. The higher density development is not likely to become feasible within the HDR precinct till the long term, and is therefore unlikely to be taken up by the commercial market in the short to medium term. But it may be taken up by other parts of the market. I consider that medium density development is likely to occur incrementally across the spatial extent of the medium density and high density residential precinct areas. The sequence of development will depend upon the take-up of development opportunity by individual agents within the market. And there is a trade-off between development that is staged to initially occur closer to the commercial centre to support its development, versus instead providing a range of choices across a number of competing landowners within the extent of the medium density and high density residential precincts. So the next question is 1.23, and that is around whether the 2,400 dwelling yield is seen as a minimum, maximum, or something in between. So I consider that the eventual dwelling yield realised in TPLM in the long term is likely to be significantly less than 2,400 dwellings. So in my view, the yield is more likely to be closer to the lower range, which I consider around 1,800 to 2,000 dwellings, as set out in Table 1 in my Appendix A. And I have calculated this from the updated precinct land area information. So in my view, dwelling yields of around 2,400 dwellings are less likely to be achieved in... Oh, sorry, I'd just like to add a bit of information to the previous point. The reason I consider it to be higher than the lowest value which I have in that table is because I also consider that some of the apartments may be delivered within the commercial zone, which are not included within the lower range end of that table, which is what that difference there is. So in my view, dwelling yields of around 2,400 dwellings are less likely to be achieved in TPLM, as they would rely on a significantly larger number of higher density apartments to be developed. Table 1 shows that over 4 times the number of higher density apartments would be required, even allowing for an increase in the intensity of medium density development across the rest of TPLM. So what I mean by that is you could reduce the number of apartments that you require to achieve the overall average or minimum if you increase the intensity of the medium density type of development across the rest of that land area. So this would consequently require a high share of the total long-term apartment demand to be met in TPLM. So what I mean by that, a high share of the Wakatipu Ward apartment market, which I consider is less likely to occur within the context of the local market. If 2,400 dwellings did occur, then there would be a lower relative increase in the resulting population. So this is due to the smaller average household size as to when or if the highest density outcomes will occur. Is it likely that here and now, low and medium density will be more attractive to the market, and if more is included, then how will overall density levels be achieved? So how would the minimum density requirements, whether gross or net, be affected by potentially land-intensive non-residential activities such as schools, churches, stormwater systems and other infrastructure locating in areas subject to those requirements? Is more medium density required in TPLM to make up the slack? So as
Well done, that was a long question. So
thank you.
when it was written, it made a bit more sense.
Yeah.
Point noted.
Yeah. So, as set out in my main summary, I can TPLM is for currently feasible dwelling typologies and densities. Medium density residential precincts, and across most adjustments are made to the provisions to enable So in my view, the low to medium density development is So medium density development is likely to continue into the long term as the level of development opportunity in TPLM is large, with other development opportunities around Queenstown. So what I mean by that, there is developed within the medium term. So as set out in my evidence in chief and evidence in rebuttal, I consider that there is less certainty around the development of higher density apartments, particularly in the HDR precinct. So for this reason, at medium densities, if higher density apartments do not become feasible in this location. So in line with the structure plan provisions, land areas from the listed non-residential activities and stormwater have been excluded. I first of all removed those areas that were on the map and listed in the structure plan, and then I calculated the densities on that so that they do not affect the densities which occur across. The absence of dwelling development opportunity on these sites will not affect the density and its feasibility or dwelling yield, which has already been taken into account in my assessment. Remaining areas of TPLM is likely to be sufficient to form a residential node at this location with a range of dwellings to support long. Together with other development opportunities across Queenstown, there is a large capacity relative to demand. However, if further land is included in TPLM to increase the total dwelling yield, these additional locations may be appropriate. So additional land is likely to be located further from the TPLM commercial centre that would initially occur within areas of the high density and medium density residential precincts that are closer to the commercial centre. So of course the effect of that would be that it would slow the intensification around the centre, which would have consequential effects for the role and functioning of that centre. So the next question, 1.26. In terms of minimum, particularly relating to higher densities, when examples of these within Queenstown have been identified and used to substantiate market demand or feasibility, are those locations comparable to the TPLM site? So that is high density in central Queenstown or on a prime lakefront site? Well, so I undertook several stages in my assessment of. Firstly, detailed modelling was undertaken for spatial distribution of higher density development across Queenstown's spatial economic structure. As part of this process, I examined the range of locations where higher density development has become feasible through time in other urban economies. And what I have found is that the range of locations generally expands through time with both market growth together with changes in the structure of market growth. So in my view, the range of locations within Queenstown where higher density development expand period. So part of the expanded range of locations are also driven by growth in other parts of the demand profile, such as investor demand and demand for visitor accommodation. And that's particularly the case for higher density development if you look at the structure of the relationship between different components of demand and how that then translates. So, as mentioned above, in the question are not comparable. My assessment has also not assumed that these locations are comparable. I consider that there are other factors, such as the time period and total market size, that contribute to important different market be developed as apartments in the long term. So I looked at those sites to understand the level of apartments that could be sustained or that could occur on different proportions of land area, rather than looking at those areas as being a comparable location within the current. Of the TPLM development period, once most of the other sites within the HDR and MDR precinct areas have been developed. So as stated above at paragraph 19 of my summary, and as summarised in table 3 of Appendix A of my summary, my assessment shows that the medium density so significant shares of the medium density development opportunity are still likely to remain relative to the Wakatipu ward total market size and presence of other competing development opportunities. As stated at paragraph 14 in my summary, I have calculated that the site and the end of my written summary.
Thank you very much. You've got water? You might want some water up. The table just handed up. So, to your summary you've just read in a way with the terms there. One thing actually, while I think about it, sorry, I'll pass questions around shortly, but short-term, medium-term, long-term, I think I've seen somewhere dates were like 2025 for short-term, which is getting very close.
Yes.
2030 and then beyond 2030 for long-term. Has that sort of moved on? I noticed just at the end there you said 11 plus years for long-term. Are you looking at long-term sort of now being from 2035 sort of onwards, rather than maybe 2030 onwards?
Yeah, my demand calculations are still from 2031 to 2051 in terms of the long term, but it's not going to make a large amount of difference in terms of because the key things I'm looking at is both the quantity of total demand, but also the changes to the structure of demand.
Cool, thank you. Okay, questions, Judith? Do you have any questions you'd like to ask?
They may be a little basic, because I have to admit you have lost me a couple of times today and in your evidence. So the main question I have is, just to clarify in my own mind, you seem to be suggesting that developing a medium density residential works from an economic perspective through the short and medium term, and that around 2 hectares of the 6-storey type apartment building is your forecast for the longer term development to get the sort of the 55 households per hectare average across the high density residential zone. Am I correct?
Approximately. So, yes, it's correct that if you develop that, at the moment there's agreement among the economic experts that a development intensity of around 40 to 45 dwellings per hectare currently results in a dwelling typology pattern which is regarded as commercially feasible. So that's seen as medium density dwellings ranging from sort of duplex pairs up to, at the upper end of that scale, walk-up apartments, low-rise walk-up apartments, but particularly including terraced housing with different distributions of those dwellings within that range. And the calculation of up to 2 hectares land area within the high-density residential precinct, that's the land area that I calculated for 50 to achieve an overall average of 50 dwellings per hectare. It would be slightly larger than that if it were 55 dwellings per hectare. But in saying that, the actual amount of land that you would require is probably better expressed as a range. So I think I had a range of 0.4 to 1.9 hectares of land, depending on how intensively you develop those sites. The 1.9 hectares was only assuming a site cover ratio of 30%, which is quite low, but I was trying to produce a range to be conservative, and it also assumes a relatively low intensity across the medium density residential pattern. So if you develop the medium density residential pattern a bit more efficiently, and if you were able to achieve a higher yield across that area, then that would reduce the land component that you would be required to be reserved for higher density development.
So with that in mind, the next question that pops into my mind is, what's driving having the high density zoning across such a large area? Would it actually be more feasible? And it may be a question for the urban design experts, but would it actually, from an economics perspective, be more feasible to have a smaller high density zone that actually says, put your big apartments here, rather than having it spread across quite a wide area that may or may not get developed, between 2031 and 2051?
Yes, it's an interesting one. In my view, the extent of the high density zone is quite large. An alternative which I had considered was whether instead of taking that approach, would be to put aside identified land areas, because the reason why I say it's an interesting aspect is that most of the development pattern across that zone, across the high density precinct, would actually occur at the medium density scale.
Yep.
And you would almost get a profile that, if you were to graph it, it would look a bit like this, and then suddenly swing up when you get up to here at the higher densities. And so most of your development pattern is actually going to be similar. But the key difference is around how many larger apartments you could have. So you could actually have the existing extent of the high density precinct and have the same development pattern, and then just have a different amount concentrated into different areas retained for the higher density development if it became feasible. So I guess the effect of having, in my view, the effect of having a greater spatial extent of a high density precinct relates to the level of opportunity, locational opportunity for that higher density residential development to occur. I mean, of course, it also does directly correlate to the number of high density apartments that would be required if they were required in the long term.
Okay. So I also have a question around residential visitor accommodation. So I understand from your rebuttal, you're suggesting that it's feasible to have a degree of RVA within the Ladies' Mile. So have you had a chance to look at the draft provisions that I think Mr. Brown has put together in terms of how that is to be managed? Around sort of 90 days for the high density area, maybe 30 days for the medium density area?
I have had a look at them, but I'm not sure if I've seen the most recent ones. They were the most recent ones at the time.
So would you be able to have a look at those and maybe get back to us and just give me your view on whether that's feasible from an economics perspective?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do. I can provide a view now in terms of the feasibility of whether that 90 days was required, if that would be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in my view, I think if there's provision to be made for residential visitor accommodation where appropriate, it's important that it's not restricted by 90 days. So where I see residential visitor accommodation as being appropriate is within the higher density apartment buildings, so not within the other typologies. And I'm talking here specifically about residential visitor accommodation that is not subject to that 90 days. So I see that being appropriate and efficient within the higher density residential apartment buildings up to a certain share of the units. The reason, there's 2 points I'd like to make on that. The reason why I consider it's not appropriate to subject that to the 90 days is that it would reduce the viability of having those units for residential visitor accommodation. They would need to be able to be fully occupied by residential visitor accommodation to provide that incentive.
Yeah.
And the reason I consider it's important to be able to have those apartments there within that particular typology is to expand the market size and the available opportunity, and therefore the feasibility of getting those buildings constructed in the first place, which would therefore increase the supply of those apartment dwellings for resident households too.
I have to admit the market share made a bit more sense to me from
Yeah.
an enduring perspective. So in your opinion, what share of that high density resi apartment building, sort of the 6-storey, would you need to see or recommend seeing for that RVA activity?
Yeah, I think in my evidence in rebuttal I'd recommended up to 50%, with the rationale being you'd need to have a sizable share of it, a significant share of it to make it an incentive to increase the feasibility of that, but it would need to occur not to such a large extent that you would result in fewer dwellings, that it would effectively crowd out all of the dwellings in an apartment block and result in fewer dwellings for resident households. So it would have to be set at a level between that would deliver, with the remainder of them, the units being available to resident households, which would exceed the number of units that would be instead delivered, say, by low-rise apartment walk-ups.
So has that been taken into account in your assessment that you provided today around how many high density apartments that you recommend being provided overall, if we're losing potentially up to 50% to residential visitor accommodation?
Yes, I have taken that into account, yeah.
I think that was it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gillian, any questions?
Sure. I just have a question of clarification more than anything with regard to the proposed extension area. Just to check with you, so you considered it all in or all out, is that right, when you looked at that area? So
Sorry, are you referring to the Western Extension area?
yeah, the Anna Hutchison Family
right.
Trust area.
Yeah. I considered the different aspects of it, so I understand that part of it is at low density and part of it is at medium density. In my view, and I have distinguished between those different components, in my view, if the low density component of that were to occur from the short term, then I would be unconcerned with the effect that would have on the restability of higher density residential development, as well as residential development more generally. One of the key aspects is around the market size and also the level of market certainty. The level of uncertainty is well within that, so there's quite a lot of variability at the moment in terms of construction costs, which have decreased the feasibility at the moment. There is less certainty. I think more recently apartments accounted for around about 4% of the new dwelling consents that were delivered. and also it depends upon factors such as the level of amenity which develops at that area, the other locations. As well as capacity within the development market itself, so the ability to get finance, the ability for. So my recent examination of the Queenstown market suggested that around 85 to 90% of the dwelling demand is generated by resident households, with some of the dwelling demand also overlapping. Some of those dwellings are also available for the visitor accommodation market. It's an analysis which I'm currently disentangling, but resident population is a key driver of that demand. Within the apartment market, what I have also found, looking at recent development examples, and this is the other area where I looked at the apartments around Frankton, was looking at the rating data and how those dwellings are used. And so a higher component of apartment dwelling occupied by residential visitor accommodation than other dwelling types. And so growth in tourism is also another key factor within that, as is investor demand, because there could be high returns there for investors. But I understand that there are some visitor accommodation which is not subject to the 90-day rule, but I would need to seek clarification on that.
Can you look into that clarification and provide, please?
Yes, certainly.
Oh, good, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Ray.
Hi.
Probably fair to recognise in the first instance, and I suppose commend you, there was quite a lot of shift from the notified position on densities to the rebuttal position, and that probably reflects engagement with all the submitters and what have you. So
Thank you.
It's always helpful to see that kind of pragmatism. So I think that sort of does speak in your favour. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I do have a couple of questions though. Still, despite your fulsome answers to the panel's questions too. Let's start with this. You mentioned in your summary the economic reasons that, in your view, supported higher density development in the Ladies Mile Plan Change area. Do those economic reasons exist on the south side of State Highway 6 or only the north side?
One of the key considerations I would have in terms of looking at whether to, one of the key considerations I looked at when assessing the Ladies Mile variation was the level of development opportunity enabled by the proposed medium and high density precincts. And in my view, that's already quite large. So I mean, you could extend it across to the southern side, but in my view, it is already large relative to market demand. It is particularly in relation to the medium-term level of demand.
Hold on. That's not quite the question. The question was, does the economic reasons that support development of a high-density node, which isn't the master plan, which currently is nothing, on the north side, in some form, do the same economic reasons exist on the south side? Not is the master plan good enough and do you need more? That's not what you were asked.
Right. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Yes, I think that they would, in terms of the spatial extent and their location of the southern side of that highway within the eastern corridor, then yes, if you did allow for high density development in that location, it would similarly increase the dwelling mix and the range of dwelling values in that location.
Yep.
A key aspect, taking into account the economics of development and the nature of that type of that process, a key difference to me that occurred to me between the southern and the northern side of State Highway 6 was whether it was greenfield land.
Yeah, so we can say the northern side is less constrained.
Yes, because as part of my site visit, we did visit the southern side of the highway, and I understand from that site visit that a large amount of that area has been recently developed, and it's been developed with quite high value dwellings, which would have an economic life of at least 60 years for some of those dwellings, and I could see limited redevelopment potential for those dwellings, And in my view, if you were to develop an area as a more intensive node, there would be greater opportunity in the northern side.
Yeah,
But if-
understood.
Okay,
Understood.
thank you.
The genesis for the question was on our site visit looking at the vacant 2,000 square metre subdivision at Cocoa, which isn't existing houses of high value at all, but may well be sold, we don't know, and committed. But that's just so you know where the question came from.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, is that the, so if you're...
South side
and then
to
it's-
the west of the retirement village,
Yeah.
there's a subdivision that has, I think, 3 houses under construction and, I don't know, 20 odd lots of 2,000-ish in a varying state of development. But you can go and revisit that at your leisure if you want to.
Yes, no, I do
I don't
recall
want
the
to ask
site.
you anything else about that. It was just explaining to you where the question came from.
Thank
I
you.
want to pick up on Commissioner Langsbury's question about this word, the high density may become. Some do very likely, sometimes people say likely, and usually if people aren't that confident, something will definitively happen.
Effectiveness of that didn't relate, it was part of it was about whether it was likely to happen. Part of it also took into account of the benefit of it if it did happen.
Sure.
And so, in my view, if it did happen, then it would result in a dwelling mix which would be most
Yes,
beneficial for the
yes,
community.
Okay.
However...
So you're
in-
sort of bleeding into my next question, so I'll just ask the next question. The way I've seen the council's case, it's counting that yield that may happen and then approaching the assessment of effects on the environment and appropriateness based on the negative things of what if it doesn't happen. Another way of looking at it is to count yield based on what people have confidence could happen and then look at what might be desirable as a bonus over the top. And if that can be achieved too, great. And so, for instance, the entire rules framework sets up resource consent opportunities, and people may, with the exact same probability that high density dwellings may become viable, seek all manner of resource consents all across the proposed medium density zone, but they're not being counted in terms of additional yield. And so I'm a few steps back trying to figure out what is the correct factual way to count what the zone provides for, and at what point should we be saying beyond point X, it's a bit more speculative, there might be lots of good reasons for it, it might be a wonderful thing, but maybe a certain portion of the yield should be treated with a bit more caution.
Yeah.
And especially through the rebuttal evidence and how helpful you've been to really focus down that matter. It seems to be something between 100 and 250 dwellings. I'm not sure whether that should be counted as a potential bonus that maybe would be good to promote and maybe it'll happen, or whether in fact it is in the must-have category and we need to treat it like a sacred cow, for want of a better word. So how would you describe that 100 to 250 dwellings? Is it bonus territory or is it must-have?
Yeah. Those are good questions, and I agree with the way of looking at it to say that we've got a lot more certainty that the medium density will occur. I do agree with that. I agree that there is less certainty that the higher density would occur. However, in approaching that, I have taken that uncertainty into account. I think it would be appropriate to have a provision which, if it didn't occur, would allow for it to alternatively be developed at medium densities, because there is uncertainty around it, but there are also, together with that uncertainty, there are differences in timeframes in terms of what's efficient and effective, and the uncertainty means that it's less efficient and effective for the commercial part of the market in the short to medium term to require that in the short to medium term. But my view is also that it would be more beneficial for the community over a different time period in the medium to longer term if it were to occur. And so I think those two factors do need to be appropriately balanced.
You mentioned that section 32 effectiveness and efficiency language in one of your earlier answers too. So is this about specific economic adverse effects that you can quantify if those high density, that 100 to 250 dwellings don't occur? Or is this more about a most appropriate, what's effective and efficient for the land?
What I I've done is I've looked at the differences in dwelling mix that would be likely to be delivered by the commercial market,
Yes.
and then compared that to how that would,
Okay.
what's most likely to be beneficial for the longer term housing needs of the community, and understood the differences in economic benefit between those two different factors.
So that's about housing mix.
Yeah, so it's around understanding the dwelling mix.
Okay.
The dwelling mix, as it relates to the demand profile for different
Okay.
types of households, but also importantly the flow-on effects of that for housing affordability. So looking at those economic effects there, and it's important that those economic effects accrue differently to
Okay.
to different parts of the market than necessarily just looking at the commercial
Yes.
market part of the market.
Yes. So again, just honing in on that more contentious higher density component. What are the specific characteristics of that dwelling mix that you say is important to be achieved?
Yeah. Well, looking at the types of dwellings which have been delivered in Queenstown and also in other locations around, in different urban economies around New Zealand, one of the key factors of what I consider to be the key factors of the apartment market is that those dwellings tend to occur within the lower dwelling value bands. And so adding those types of dwellings into the mix, if they're able to be achieved, would be beneficial for households that are seeking a lower dwelling value, but also importantly for smaller households too. So one of the other aspects that I looked at in my assessment was the relationship between household size and dwelling typology, and found that those households were well suited to patterns of demand with the smaller households.
Okay, so I've taken affordable houses, whatever affordable might mean, but lower priced houses, and smaller houses, and that's about household size, not saying price, just a different way.
Yeah, I mean, there's of course the correlation between dwelling size and dwelling value generally.
Okay.
So I did look at the patterns of
Okay.
consents and looked at the size of the consent, the value of the consent, and how those were distributed.
Okay.
The other aspect in relation to the economics of that is in looking at the efficiency of that land use. So obviously with apartments, you would have a greater number of dwellings per land area, and so that would be a more efficient way to accommodate housing demand within Queenstown, within the extent to which the market would allow.
Thank you. To wrap up that series of questions, I asked initially, about 2.5 questions in, I asked you about what are the specific adverse effects of that not arising, and you haven't answered any adverse effects as much as you've emphasised the social and other benefits that might be available from getting that additional houses.
Oh, sorry,
and
I
I've
missed that.
characterised your answer as more focusing on the good things that greater housing mix and affordability might provide, rather than saying there's a particular line in the sand that must be protected from. Is that a fair characterisation, you think, of your view, or not?
Yeah, one of the things that I have said in my rebuttal evidence is that a more intensive medium density mix would also achieve
Yes.
a mix, a good mix and a
Yep.
beneficial mix of dwellings for the community. And so it's not whether there'll be adverse effects from these dwellings not occurring as such, but it would be more beneficial if they were to occur.
Yes,
And that
okay.
there are trade-offs between
Okay.
those different outcomes.
I'm smiling because it feels like you're in my head telegraphing my next question with every answer you give. Because my next question is, why do we have density limits in the medium density residential zone? If we're talking about 100 to 200 dwellings, if 10 developers could each squeeze in a little bit more density over the cap, that might get a chunk of the difference anyway, without needing to rely on the speculative might happen in the future high density. So why wouldn't all of the land in the zone be encouraged to be as dense as it possibly can be?
Sorry, can you please clarify your question?
So at the moment in the medium density zone, there is a proposed limit on density. It must not exceed X.
Mm-hmm.
Is that supported in economics ground in your view,
The
or
short
would your concerns be better served by not having a maximum density in the medium density zone?
Thank you for the clarification. That's helpful. Yes, I don't see the need for a maximum.
Okay, that goes a long way to helping me unpick what's must-have, what's nice to have, what's otherwise.
Yeah.
And that then goes to one of the questions you were first asked about the high-density zone and is it too big? And you talked about the locational choice that's available. So the question is, what about it in reverse? What if there's just one zone? If we take out the maximum density from the medium density zone,
Yeah.
is there a point you just have one zone that just says, because I've heard the evidence that isn't saying the risk here is getting too many dwellings, your evidence is the risk is not getting enough dwellings. So if that's where the driver is, why wouldn't one just turn the dial up to 10, so to speak?
So I'd like to answer that. There's 2 points I'd like to make in response to that. So firstly, I consider that some of the key aspects around the application of any high density zone. So if you were to look at it instead of a requirement for a particular density, if you were to instead look at it as a development opportunity for higher density, noting that most of that land use is likely to occur at medium density scales, then the question in assessing that, I would then be considering, well, how far spatially out from the edge of the commercial centre is it appropriate to apply the high density zone? And so, in my view, it's quite large, as I've already said in my my evidence in chief. The spatial extent of it is quite large, and so you do allow for development opportunity quite far out from the commercial centre. And so therefore, what follows from that is if you were to just allow one zone completely, then that would result could potentially, if you were to completely scrap the limits, and that could potentially result in that type of development occurring quite far from the centre. Now the problem with that is that you are talking about a limited market size, and so if you had development that occurred out at the edge of TPLM, that would be a lot further from the centre and interact to a lesser extent than development that would occur closer to the centre. So I have looked at the spatial extent of the proposed HDR zone, and within that, even though I consider it as quite large, I also consider that there are trade-offs, because one of the I think it's listed in my rebuttal evidence, one of the alternative options I considered was also potentially identifying sites to say this is where higher density development should occur, and the trade-off with that is that it provides less choice to the market. Ideally, in the longer term, it would produce a more efficient development pattern in terms of a better density gradient coming outward from your commercial centre. The other aspect of getting rid of those limits is if higher density development were to occur, that type of development would be a large amount above, if on an individual site level, it would be a large amount above 48 dwellings per hectare. So it might not be a case of saying, we must hold to 48 from an economic perspective. It may be a case instead of looking at that in terms of height limits.
Okay, but thank you for that. I haven't quite understood your point, and I'll elaborate. You were asked earlier if most of the high density zone is going to be medium density type anyway, would it not make sense to shrink the zone so that the higher density that might happen would be in the locationally optimal location? You said no, there's locational choice. There's nothing to stop in that high density zone the locations identified for the higher density spot being at the extreme outer edge of it, and all the inner bits being put into medium density type development. That's a directly foreseeable consequence of the current approach. So you're clearly not that focused on maximising the locational benefit of the high density developments. That was the position you stated before. The answer you've given me now is the other way, which is, well, it doesn't need to be shrunk, but it shouldn't be increased, because then we'll be giving even more locational choice, which was the principal reason you supported not making things smaller, but then you flipped it so that it wouldn't be as desirable.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm asking you this is not every developer out there in that zone is going to have equal access to capital, equal interest in long-term development risk. Even if the high density is feasible, it doesn't mean any of the developers want to do it. And so I'm trying to get my head around not said to be derogatory, but the risk of this becoming a giant Goldilocks project where anything that's too hot or cold is out and only a very, very limited best case works. And I've found your evidence so far very practical and pragmatic about acknowledging what you think will happen.
Thank you.
And your evidence is that most of this zone is going to be medium density type. And so I didn't quite understand how that then justifies keeping a very, very big high density zone that your evidence isn't going to be high density housing.
Yeah.
Don't take any of that as a criticism. It's just I haven't quite comprehended what I'm seeing as two quite slightly different positions in your evidence.
Thank you. No, I don't take it as a criticism. I appreciate the directness. It is helpful in me being able to clarify my answer.
Well, you're in a minority there for that. I'll take that. Thank you.
Thank you. I think directness is efficient.
What an economist. Okay.
Okay, so firstly, I think that perhaps my initial answer may have been misunderstood. So to clarify my position, what I consider is that, yes, the high density zone is, the spatial extent of it is large. Yes, I do agree with you that you could potentially get development, higher density development occurring towards the outer extent of the high density zone, which is further from the commercial centre than development, which is further from the commercial centre than other parts of the zone which are closer to the centre, and that would be less beneficial. When you asked me whether the zone should just be extended to allow that development to occur across the extent, also,
I just said should there be one zone.
Yeah.
I didn't suggest it should all be high density or all medium density or all something else.
Oh, okay, sorry. My understanding when you asked that question was whether that development should also be able to occur across the extent of the medium density zone.
No, it was more if your evidence is that most of the zone will be developed to a particular type of land uses that are described in the medium density zone, why do we have two separate zones that don't seem to spatially match at all what your evidence is on have a zone A and a zone B? One might be expecting different outcomes between zone A and B, not substantially the same in zone B as zone A.
Right, okay, thank you. So my view is that if the zones were made the same and the development opportunity was made the same across those two, development occurring even further from the commercial centre than where it can currently occur within the outer edges of the...
And would that be positive or adverse?
I consider that would be adverse. So what I have considered in my assessment is the level of development opportunity, and I agree that the space is large relative to market demand. So highlighted is that there is a trade-off there. So ideally, you would get higher density development closer to the commercial centre, but given, I guess, the difficulties or the lower certainty of achieving number.
So it strikes me that we might be speaking slightly density in total terms. I think increasingly you're talking about density linked to your view of the housing density zone to allow more than that density. Developers seeking resource consent to infringe a site coverage standard.
The benefit that I see specifically does relate to that dwelling typology.
Look, I really appreciate we got there, because in my head I was thinking I'm sure it would be easy to find a way to get 250 more dwelling capacity in the medium density zone, but that wouldn't necessarily address the actual concern you've got.
Exactly.
So it took us a long time to get there, but I'm certainly appreciative of that. You, lastly, in terms of your questions your responses to the panel questions, you mentioned you studied other markets, and I'll just find the paragraph reference. Paragraph 33 of your little appendix there.
I pulled all the building consent statistics across as well as pulling together customised data that we purchase in-house from CoreLogic, and I created quite large scatter plots which looked at the distribution. Well, I looked at a number of things, but key among those was the distribution.
And then the last question. Paragraph following on from that at 36, you looked at some of those recent developments in Frankton and Remarkables Park.
Correct.
Are you in the context of the proposed zones, would they be at the higher density end of what's proposed in the medium density zone, or would they bona fide be in that high density zone category above what or beyond what might be possible in that proposed medium density area?
Yeah, so they would be within the higher density thing, simply related to the height. So just to be clear, the examples that I looked at were apartments that were around about 6 or more stories.
Okay, very good.
Yeah. Sorry, can I please respond to a comment that you made?
Well, now I'm sighing. I don't know what you want to say, so I can't say whether I'm happy to hear it or not. So why don't you say it, and then we'll see what happens.
Thank you. I just thought it might be helpful to clarify to the panel the shift in I just thought it would be useful to provide a bit of context of how I got to that shift.
I mean, I was giving you a compliment. Do you
Thank
really
you.
want to go there?
We have read, I mean, you do explain it.
Okay.
Well, certainly to my layperson's mind, in a way, I could see where you shifted and why you were shifting.
Okay.
So
perhaps
for
I'll
me, it's not needed.
And it was certainly not suggested you've been anything other than properly professional in how you've done it. It was just a recognition that sometimes we get witnesses that dig in and will never, ever, ever, ever listen to anyone else. And that is certainly not the case with you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Now, I'm conscious of timing, but I've just got a few questions, and it starts with your responses, and there's been questions with Mr. Munro in relation to dwellings across the medium and higher densities. When you said that, I wondered how important the difference was, and then you've answered it with the high density, we're talking 100 to 275 potential apartments required to meet that average density. And then I take it from what you were saying, in your view, but I think Mr. Brown's provisions are a bit less, you were saying maybe an answer to one of the questions, 50% RVA?
Up to 50%.
Up to 50%. So potentially then of the 100 to 275, about 50% of those, am I right in thinking, could be RVA?
Yes, correct. Up to 50%.
I think Mr. Brown might have said 25 in his provisions, but I'll need to check. So, in effect, 25% of those additional high density numbers are for visitors in that sort of 90-day period. And excuse my ignorance, if you rent something out for 90 days, do you then tend to rent it out for the rest of the year, or that is the limit and you'd have to leave it vacant?
So my view is that up to 50%, it may differ to what the proposed provisions are, but my view from an economic perspective is that up to 50% of the units should be made available for residential visitor accommodation without being subject to the 90 days, because you would run into the difficulty of saying you'd lose the economic incentive and the ability to be able to offer that as an incentive for investors to invest to get that building off the ground in the first place. If there was a requirement for high density apartments, the effect that would have across the feasibility of the rest of the precinct. I consider that the development in the commercial precinct may occur. I don't see huge barriers as to why that would be unlikely to occur. in my view, I consider that if you are developing that land with the primary purpose of utilising that ground floor area for commercial space, then it would also make sense for a developer to at the same time put, sort of 1 or 2 levels of apartments on top of that to increase the return on that investment.
And you'd see that as a bonus if that was to occur in terms of these numbers?
Correct. What I have also done in my assessment is I've taken that into account and also looked at what share of the market demand that would absorb, because it would compete with the market demand that would otherwise go into the high density precinct. So I have taken that into account in terms of assessing the appropriateness of the required scale.
And so you use the word may, so it may be that there's some residential above the commercial zone. So, and again, that would factor into the numbers 100 to 275. If there was 100 apartments, it would reduce it in that way.
Sorry,
the high density.
To clarify, no, that would be in addition to that 100 to 275. But when I've assessed it as a share of market demand, I've looked at it, how much of that market demand it would absorb. And
then also if you needed to get that sort of average density across and you were short the 100 or the 275, assuming it was done medium in the high density, those numbers don't include like the potential extra for Cocoa, Ridge and QCC. So looking at it as a whole, there might be unders and overs. Have I made
sorry,
that
I'm not sure if I understand your question.
Sorry.
So
I might have read it wrong, but to get in the high density zone, to get the sort of average density numbers, then potentially you'd be looking at those higher high densities to add an extra 100 to 275 dwellings. And so what I just want to confirm is, in my mind, that means if that doesn't happen, we're short maybe 100 to 275 dwellings, or is that not, in your opinion, as to what should efficiently occur on the land?
Yeah, so the approach that I was taking wasn't to look for a total dwelling yield overall. Like, I consider that an intensive node could be achieved from a dwelling yield that ranges from the lower end up to somewhere above that. So in terms of the requirement for those apartments, that was solely considered within the context of achieving that development across within the high density precinct, right, as opposed to the contribution of that yield to the precinct to TPLM overall.
And then looking at it then as a whole, how important do you think that extra may be, or is medium density, as Mr. Munro was talking about, an equally efficient outcome?
In my view, it's not an equally efficient outcome because it relates mainly to the dwelling mix that would deliver. So if you didn't have the high density component, then you would have a reduced benefit in the long term for the community need. However, what I do consider is that both of those outcomes would increase the dwelling mix within that part of the spatial economic structure. I mean, the spatial economic structure is currently characterised by outward expansion of lower density detached dwellings, but it would be more beneficial for the community if the higher density dwellings were able to occur. And that's not the same as simply expanding the medium density zone and having more medium density. It's specifically related to that dwelling typology.
That typology, and the numbers could, though, and understand with the high density and the background to it, but if you're looking at the zone as a whole and having minimums and in medium density, etc., maximums, if you're looking at 100 to 275 in the high density, do you really need those numbers to get the typology? Or might the typology come through a relaxed or more open medium density, and also that commercial area we were talking about, especially when 50% of those may be for visitors?
Specifically, before you answer, I have in mind a 3-storey walk-up apartment that could be developed in the MRZ that doesn't have any of the structural or other costs of a 5 or 4 or 6-storey apartment building.
Thank you. So in terms of the medium density mix, I've assumed that a share of that would occur as the 3-level walker-ups. In my view, the higher density mix I understand in terms of those smaller apartments that occur through those taller apartment buildings, those would be, I understand, unable to occur within the medium density zone because of the height limits.
And the timing part, and just, sorry, conscious of lunch, and I will stop after this one, but the timing part in terms of these apartments, the longer term, and you do mention the sort of balance or the trade-offs that have to happen. Given your knowledge of the district, you're involved in the intensification variation, and you're talking about insufficient demand certainly at present and maybe even in longer term. How important beyond, we've got the typology, but beyond the typology, how important is preserving that potential future typology versus delivering the shorter to medium term benefits?
It's a good question. There are definitely trade-offs between those factors. So in my view, if it were enabled to go to medium density now, then it would be delivered quicker, but you'd have fewer dwellings and a reduced dwelling mix. And so where I got to in terms of the position that I support is that it would be appropriate to retain that within a reasonable time frame, noting the differences in timing between different parts of the market. So there is the incentive for developers to develop that land in the short term at a lower intensity versus the trade-off for the community of that occurring over the longer term. And also taking into account the rate at which the medium density gets built out. So it doesn't become an opportunity. I mean, retaining it now doesn't, in my view, doesn't become an opportunity cost from now because it wouldn't be developed anyway because of the size and scale of that medium density development opportunity. It would be something which would, if it were to become an opportunity cost, would only apply from the long term.
And therefore keep it open allows the decision to be made at that time.
Exactly. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, I think there's one follow-up, and then we'll have lunch.
It might be a couple, so apologies, everybody. So just thinking through what you were saying around typologies and distance from commercial centre, and thinking about the fact that you're making an assumption of some extras above the commercial units. Would it be, from an economics perspective, feasible to maybe relax the height restrictions in the commercial zone to allow for your sort of more apartments above the commercial development? So that's where you're creating your high density, it's where you're creating your apartment blocks, sort of right where the facilities are. Yeah. So a couple of points in relation to that. Firstly, if in my view, it depends on the way in which it's approached really. If it were, I could support relaxing the height limits to provide the development opportunity if it were to occur within that commercial zone. The difficulty I see if it were required in that zone is that it may delay the commercial development. So ideally you'd want the commercial development in that location to occur as soon as it possibly can. And if you had required that to also be developed as higher density, then it could potentially delay that. So that is the difficulty that I would see with that, but I would certainly support allowing that opportunity to occur within that location. Even if that's where you get your residential visitor accommodation? You know, what's the market looking like for that? I'm just trying to get the two different aspects together in my mind.
Yeah, I would also support residential visitor accommodation in that location as well. For the same reasons as I'd support it within other parts of the high density zone.
But would that delay the commercial delivery? So what I'm understanding from your evidence is that you're supporting RVA because it helps with the feasibility of the apartment blocks, but I'm trying to figure out whether, in your view, that that market is also long-term, or is that RVA market shorter-term and therefore could actually help support commercial development more quickly?
Yeah, I see the RVA market not necessarily as short-term, but it would be probably ahead of the longer-term, simply a building simply driven by resident demand. Taking into account the pathways to that, the investor pathways to that development. I'm not sure, I may be misunderstanding the question, but I'm not sure if you allowed visitor accommodation within the commercial zone on the above ground levels. I'm not clear how that would delay the commercial development.
Oh, I don't think it would. I'm asking the question, it would actually help bring it forward. If it's adding to the feasibility of the apartment delivery, which is, I understand is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Does it actually support earlier and or potentially earlier development of the commercial buildings, because you've got your RVA, which helps your apartment block feasibility. Therefore, you can actually get that high density market moving.
Right. Yes, I understand now. Thank you. Yes, I would agree with that. I think that if it would also increase the feasibility in the same way in that location.
Thank you. That was it. So
thank you.
I appreciate that.
Lovely. Thank you, everyone. Lunchtime, but we will start, we'll have a 45-minute lunchtime. So we'll start back at 1:30.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're with Ms Hampson.
Afternoon.
So over to you, and you will have got the gist of proceedings.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. I'll just start at paragraph 3 of my summary.
Thank you.
So the variation expands and complements the network of commercial centres east of the Shotover River, and in doing so enhances the functional and social amenity delivered to day-to-day shopping and Arrowtown and the Waka. The gross area of the commercial precinct has been increased to better supermarket, the new consenting pathway for a service station, and allowance for visitor accommodation lobbies on the ground floor in the commercial precinct. The scale of the commercial precinct is considered sufficient to meet projected lobby while avoiding adverse distributional effects on higher. I remain opposed to the proposed neighbourhood centre on the Winter Miles Airstream Limited site, with further explanation set out in my response to submitters' questions. I do not support the inclusion of the Doolittle and Sons land as a modified commercial precinct in the variation. I do support the use of the land for more intensive residential development as recommended by Mr Brown, as these additional residents within walking distance of the commercial precinct and the Kawerau Park Centre will further support the viability and vitality of those centres. The potential for mixed-use development on the site was raised on the Friday Brown as to the intended meaning of mixed use in that context. His thinking was along the lines of live-work units that excluded retail activities. There are examples of such developments in Glenda Drive in Frankton and also in Gordon Road in Wanaka. On the basis that residential is considered suitable on the site, the concept of live-work units is also acceptable if able to exclude retail activities. And this is because in the commercial precinct, as co-located retail generates the greatest potential for travel efficiency for shopping trips. I've already stated in evidence that it may not be an efficient or effective location that. However, I accept that activities that are attracted to live-work units may not always be businesses that seek a centre location. The variation did not go as far as to include zoned areas for light industrial, trade supply or service activities to increase the self-sufficiency of the Eastern Corridor, and I support this approach given the proximity of Frankton Flats. However, if the concept of live-work small-scale manufacturing, service and other commercial activities and office could be included in that mix. There would be benefits in terms of additional employment from that outcome within the Eastern Corridor and a more diverse range of businesses in the Eastern Corridor generally that complements the existing and proposed centres, so long as retail in particular is avoided in the live-work units, ancillary retail which would be acceptable, there would be no material distributional effects other than a bit of office dilution. I could therefore support some form of live-work unit development outcome on the site that excluded retail typology, i.e. the various commercial activities on the ground floor and residential units above. Question 110 is regards to how the variation may reduce traffic on State Highway 6, and I've focused on the impact of the commercial centre in that process. The provision of the commercial precinct will mean that most, but not necessarily all, of day-to-day shopping by residents in the primary and secondary trade catchment could be met east of the Shotover Bridge in future. Many of those shopping trips may be combined with a trip to or from work or other purpose, which will not reduce the traffic or bus volumes on State Highway 6 per se, just where they choose to stop on their journey to carry out their shopping. Day-to-day shopping trips to or from home for residents east of the Shotover Bridge will, however, see a net reduction in residents crossing the Shotover Bridge compared with the status quo. The provision of the commercial precinct and other enabled business activities will also mean greater employment opportunities east of the Shotover Bridge. Some, in an unknown proportion, of those jobs may be filled by residents east of the Shotover Bridge. In the absence of those job opportunities or businesses, new residents that are in the workforce and that do not work from home in the Eastern Corridor will mainly be employed west of the Shotover Bridge, as is the case for existing residents in the main trade catchment. The second question I've answered is relating to the assumptions for the amount of jobs in the variation between the TRACS model and the retail assessment. I have sought detail from Mr. Shields on the employment assumptions in the TRACS model. The TRACS modelling has assumed a ratio of 1 worker per 25 square metres GFA of retail and commercial office space. I support this as a high-level average. For my evidence in chief, I estimated a floor space yield of all retail commercial, so non-residential activities, in the notified commercial precinct area of between 16,000 and 19,600 square metres. The TRACS model has adopted the upper limit of 19,600 and yields an employment count of 784. To that, they have added estimated employment in the primary and secondary school sites based on a ratio of 1 worker for every 15 students. So at 60 workers in the primary school, this indicates an assumption of a 900 student roll school, and 120 workers in the secondary school, this indicates an assumption of an 1,800 student roll school. So combining the schools and the commercial precinct, this is a combined job count of 964 in the TRACS model. The RCG report estimated employment in the commercial precinct only. Their total estimated employment ranged from 200 to 300 workers, and noting that this was based on a supermarket estimated between 1,000 and 2,000 square metres GFA at the time. The TRACS model assumes employment in the commercial precinct that is 2 to 3 times greater than in the early RCG report. And while I did not quantify employment in my evidence, I consider the TRACS model assumptions for the commercial precinct are more realistic, but potentially conservative if commercial visitor accommodation, which is now provided for in the precinct, eventuates. I consider that the schools-related jobs are potentially overstated in the TRACS model on the basis that I would expect the future roles of those 2 schools to be lower than assumed. Neither RCG or the TRACS model consider employment generated in the Glen Panel precinct, the storage overlay, or potential for commercial activities in the MDR and HDR precincts. These would be additional. My conclusions with regard to who will likely take up job opportunities provided for in the variation area, i.e. Eastern Corridor residents versus residents from elsewhere in Queenstown, and the relativities of jobs to future additional population in the Eastern Corridor, and the need for many in the workforce to commute to employment west of the Shotover Bridge are unchanged. Lastly, I've responded to question 22, which was how development of housing in the various precincts is intended to occur over time and how that links with development of the commercial precinct. So there is no formal link between residential development and the development of the commercial precinct. There is no certainty on the timing of development in the commercial precinct. Currently, the precinct is owned by 2 landowners. One may choose to develop before the other. Development may not, therefore, be coordinated across the whole precinct. While the commercial precinct will be sustained in part by existing residents in the primary catchment, south of State Highway 6, and the secondary catchment, I consider that development of the commercial precinct is more likely than not to be tied to evidence of development on adjoining land holdings within the TPLM zone. That is, development within its immediate walkable catchment is likely to be a key trigger to development. The sooner that there is a critical mass of new households in the zone, the sooner most businesses within the commercial precinct would be sustainable or viable. Future tenants may also be reassured if there is a relatively dense development pattern in the immediate walkable catchment of the centre. As I understand it, the provisions were modified to enable landowners in the HDR precinct to get underway with medium density housing supply in the short to medium term to help ensure that the land nearest the commercial precinct was not left extensively vacant for a sustained period. I consider that there is a synergistic relationship between the residential precincts, but especially the HDR precinct and the commercial precinct, i.e. they need and benefit from each other. To the extent that further coordination or management of development in the residential precincts could involve staging or deferred zoning on certain land holdings, I would not support this from an economic perspective. The sooner the commercial precinct is operational, the sooner it can assist in changing travel patterns for existing and new residents in the wider trade catchment, and the sooner it will help create the necessary amenity to support higher density housing in the HDR precinct. Anything that delays establishing a critical mass of new residents and or visitors within the zone may delay or slow the development of the commercial precinct in the short to medium term.
Thank you very much. Now, questions from the panel. Judith, do you want to go first, or Gillian, whichever?
Oh, looks like it's me again. So thank you for that, Ms Hampson. I think you were present this morning, so you would have heard my questions to Ms Fairgrave. I am going to repeat them with you because I'm really quite interested in how the feasibility of the commercial centre might be affected by having that residential visitor accommodation, taller apartment blocks on top of it or very close to it, but from the commercial perspective rather than from the residential perspective.
Yeah, so my view is, and we've supported this through the, I think the rebuttal stage of evidence, is that both residential visitor accommodation and commercial visitor accommodation within the commercial precinct, as long as it's above ground floor, is a positive outcome for the centre. Partly because it creates more of an atmosphere in terms of people and foot traffic and the vitality and vibrancy of the centre, particularly at night time, but also because it does add to the feasibility of mixed-use buildings. So if they are contemplating building up to the maximum building envelope, which I believe is 6 stories, closer to the Slope Hill side of the precinct, then being able to pre-sale some of those apartment units with visitor accommodation, or perhaps attract a hotel into that space, would certainly, I believe, speed things up.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I also have a question, I think, around similar conversation around the rest of the high density zone, realistically more likely to be developed at the medium density in the short term. How does that affect the commercial zone feasibility in your view?
The more households that are in the zone or in Ladies Mile or in the catchment generally, the better from a commercial centre point of view. I suppose I'm less concerned about the typologies that are there, as long as there's people there spending money. That's what's going to drive the feasibility of the centre and attract those businesses. I think what's most important for the centre is that there's not extensive areas of vacant land remaining around the centre. So we're trying to create a dense walkable catchment. And I think the provisions of where they've got to now have reached a position where possibly a small percentage of the land in that HDR precinct that surrounds the centre is potentially going to sit vacant for a longer period of time. I'm relatively comfortable that 90% of that will be developed with houses in the short to medium term. So I think that critical mass will be established. Keeping in mind that the centre's not just sustained by the houses in Ladies Mile, it's actually, Shotover Country and Lake Hayes Estate is a big, significant part of their catchment of demand, as well as Arrowtown and the Wakatipu Basin.
Thank you. And you will probably also recall from this morning that Ms Fairgrave was talking around the 2,400 being unlikely to be achieved in her view, and probably more around the 1,800, maybe 2,000-ish mark. Once again, how does that affect your conclusions around the commercial centre?
Yes, so the initial assessment that was done before I was involved in this variation based the assessment on 2,200, so they picked sort of a midpoint. And I've kind of adopted that as well as in terms of my demand cross-checks and my assessment of floor space and land area. I'm relatively comfortable that there is perhaps some uncertainty around where that yield will end. Retail modelling is not a precise art, and we've established sort of floor space productivities that are sort of at the bottom of the end in terms of what would be sustainable. Any households over and above what we were modelling is a bonus. That just means that those businesses are more productive. They can support more employment, they can stay open for longer. So upwards increase is okay. I think that's a positive outcome. I'm not overly concerned if it drops down as far as 1,800, mainly because I think we need to think there may be other opportunities to add housing within this trade catchment. It's a big area. There could be future developments in Arrowtown. There could be further expansion of Millbrook. These are all residential areas within the trade catchment. And at Hutchinson, that trust land we've agreed it's suitable for urban development. There's some disagreement on timing. I'm fairly confident that the centre is right-sized for all of those potential eventualities.
Thank you. So moving on to the storage overlay area, it's quite an interesting thing to see come in. In your view, where should that go and what sort of scale would you anticipate it being?
I haven't really given any thoughts to location. I believe the submitter was seeking it somewhere near the rear of the site. I would perhaps leave that to the urban designers to comment on. They're not the most beautiful thing, storage units, so maybe that's a good idea. And I haven't perhaps given any consideration to the exact size of the facility, although I agreed that the submitter was seeking a 5,000 square metre overlay within which to design something and have some flexibility, and I was reasonably comfortable with that amount of area being set aside.
Thank you. That's it from me.
No, you're fine. One.
No, I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Just following on from one of the answers you just gave, and you made the comment that even if the zone yield dropped to something like 1,800 dwellings, you'd still be comfortable. Is there any minimum threshold that the zone really needs to achieve to get the minimum satisfactory outcome in the commercial centre?
I think because there's already an established neighbourhood in that Lake Hayes estate,
Yep.
shot over country, the trade catchment is already established and just really missing the centre. I think it is. I think it is viable at the moment, and it will just mean that it takes a little longer to establish.
You also answered earlier, and it was in a very general way, that the more houses the better.
Mm.
Does that follow that, at least through the lens that you're looking at this from, you don't see a need for any maximum density limits?
Yes, while I haven't focused highly on the density issue, I would support removing it. I think there's limited risk of
Yes.
taking it away.
Yes, okay. So let's look at the other side of that. If the centre's already got a degree of viability, from your perspective, does the zone require a minimum density requirement?
From a commercial viability point of view, no.
Okay.
Although I think the denser that those two land holdings, either east and west of the
Yes.
commercial precinct, that has benefits for the
Yes, no,
vitality.
understand more is
Yeah.
better.
Yeah.
Are you able to give us a sense, appreciating you said that the centre's likely to be viable now, just based on the catchment that's there? To the extent you can, and let's assume something around 1,800 dwellings plus arises in the proposed zone, so a yield in the ballpark of what you've been considering, and the commercial centre is developed out, what percentage of trade in that centre would be serving the zone, and what percentage would be serving outside the zone, whether it's Lake Hayes Estate or somewhere further afield? If you don't know...
No, I don't.
that's
Yeah,
fine.
I don't have those numbers right in front of me. I'm sorry, but it would be proportionate to the households essentially.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. You're not here to talk about traffic, but there are proposed retail traffic parking limits. And I'm not sure who to ask to what extent they're appropriate if the centre is intended to serve a lot of people outside of the zone who won't be living the car-free dream of people in the zone. So are you aware of the proposed limits for parking that might apply in the centre?
I'm actually not, no.
Okay, well then that's the easy way.
Yes.
It won't be you.
Perhaps Mr Shields can answer that.
Okay, well in fairness, it might not sit entirely in Mr Shields' expertise either, if he's probably not going to tell me he's an expert on retail land uses.
I would certainly be concerned, as you know, I've suggested a larger supermarket, and
Yep.
supermarkets have specific parking requirements. I would hope that they can be
Okay.
provided for.
Well, let's just start with at least that, because at the moment there's just one generic retail parking requirement cap. In your experience, if there's nothing else in a plan, would a supermarket count as retail? What I'm getting to is, should we at least be looking at a carve-out for a supermarket from any parking caps?
It may be advisable only because a supermarket operator will be looking for those kind of provisions, and I think we need to do what we can to secure a supermarket to help anchor that centre,
Yes.
and that may pave the way.
Yes. And so even if the argument was that more car parks for a supermarket at face value might not contribute to the idea of less driving, it might help reinforce other things in the zone that do.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I don't have any other questions.
Too easy.
Oh, really?
And I've just put a mint in my mouth, thinking I had that long. With your summary, you mention, and it's in your evidence, etc., the day-to-day self-efficiency. Do you think within the policy provisions, a bit more where there's self-sufficiency is used, do you think it needs to be, it is in there occasionally, but maybe more readily the day-to-day focus?
I did suggest, I think in my evidence in chief, that there was a little bit of inconsistency in the way that sufficiency was worded, and that Eastern Corridor is not a self-sufficient urban area, and it is really the day-to-day that the policies and objectives achieve, so I would have thought that clarifying that would be helpful.
It was just in your summary, it reminded me back through to the evidence. And within the discussion you've been having about a supermarket, etc., you've talked about the catchment and Lake Hayes, etc. So am I right to think for the commercial centre, through traffic on State Highway 6 would be another important sort of component of visitors?
Yes, I've allowed for around 10% for what I'd call pass-by traffic, so traffic customers not based within the trade catchment. It is a major arterial into Queenstown, and it's attracting people from, tourists and people coming through from Cromwell. So yes, I think that will, particularly because it's visible from the State Highway and the location that they've placed the precinct, which is positive, will definitely attract people for stopping, just for a convenience purpose. Yeah.
And you probably haven't, because it's going through, and I actually meant to ask Ms Fairgrave this one, and you might not know, but with the intensification variation, do you know potentially how many more people might go to Lake Hayes, shot over county or country type suburbs in terms of being allowed to intensify more?
I am working with Ms Fairgrave on the intensification variation, although she's doing all the difficult stuff. But I know that her modelling has examined the potential for redevelopment and intensification in there, but the land has been developed relatively efficiently and the houses are quite new. So in both the HBA assessments we did in 2017 and 21, it wasn't an area of great intensification, so not a huge change as a result of that particular variation. Yeah.
And in terms of the supermarket, and we've been talking short-term, medium-term, long-term, from the answers you've given and from your evidence, I understand it's critical in effect to the success of the commercial area. How do you think the provisions enable it to be delivered appropriately in the short term?
I believe the only provisions that are required are some of those infrastructure timing schedules. and correct me if I'm wrong, team, I think there's been some movement on as to whether they can start development as long as it's not trading or occupied until such time as they're in place. I think the provisions are sufficient in terms of allowing someone to get in there early, in the short term.
And how likely, can use may possibly, who knows, but how likely do you think it could be in terms of attractiveness to be in the short term, to get a supermarket in there, given the current catchment and the through traffic?
I think it is attractive. I know that supermarket operators have really struggled to find sites and land available in this district. So I think because it is a high profile site, particularly if the supermarket is allowed to be close to the state highway, there was some urban design rules around that I was concerned about. No, I would like to think that there was a good chance that an operator would snap up a site in there. There is the complicated issue that the Ladies Mile Pet Lodge is actually owning that land on that corner. So it really does depend what they decide to do. But putting that aside, I think it's got a good chance. Yeah.
And I was interested in some of that urban design because if you have it nearer the road, and excuse my complete ignorance of supermarkets beyond buying bread and food and things, or Poppers, but we won't go to Poppers, but they're typically sort of one story. Are there many 2-3 storied supermarkets around, or?
They tend to be the smaller metro, what they call the metro model. So there's a few of those in the larger cities. There is a reasonably large countdown in Ponsonby that is part of a mixed-use building, although I'd say part of that building is still a single level where the supermarket is. It just sort of tucks underneath a multi-storey building at one end. It can be done. It's just, my understanding has been that because of the large format development model is that you need to have a lot of pillars to support multi-storey buildings, and that they don't like the pillars because it reduces the flexibility of the space they can provide. And that's why we see large format retail centres predominantly single storey. So unless they can figure out a way to get around that, from an engineering point of view, it's more likely than not to be a standalone.
And the service station would be similar, a standalone?
Yes, I don't think I've ever seen a service station that's part of a mixed-use building.
Yeah. And with the service stations, it's within the commercial zone, it's a limit the number of. So you see more than one service station going in there?
No, I don't. I think it was, there are service stations not far away in Frankton Flats. It was just about, I couldn't see a sound rationale for excluding it. It is because it is a gateway area, it is a logical place to me for a service station, and I think you'd only ever attract one. Yeah.
And is it also with including it, like the supermarket, it will reduce trips potentially across the Shotover?
I think so. Yep, it's just another thing that can help reduce that traffic. Yeah.
And there's been the discussion, and you've heard it this morning and answered questions about it, high density, medium density, and talked about that. And it's to the degree that there's interest in high density in the long term, am I right that from your perspective that would be a nice to have bonus if you got that upswing later on in the future?
Yes, I'd call it a nice to have bonus. Yeah.
Thank you.
And the centre itself actually might stimulate it, to live close. Apartments need to be in places of high amenity, and the centre could be the thing that makes people want to live there in those apartments.
Oh, that's just reminded me, actually, I asked Ms Fairgray about the likelihood of residential in the commercial zone, just given the way numbers have been done, etc. How likely do you think in this location, and it may be answer it short term, medium term, long term, if that helps, but how likely as a commercial expert do you think there is the demand, given the cost, to actually go up in the commercial zone for residential versus visitor accommodation, etc.?
So the range of 0 to 376 has actually come out of my modelling, and it was really looking at if we assume retail on the ground floor and maybe one story of commercial. I think in this location I would, and based on my knowledge of the district, would be struggling to attract commercial up above the first floor. It's certainly, I'm not ruling it out, but if I had to put money on it, I'd say it would just be 2-storey buildings for commercial. So the 0 to 376 was really just looking at what's left in that building envelope if we went to maximum building height. The cynic in me would suggest maybe you'd just get nothing, and somebody would want to go in there and build a low-rise commercial centre. I think adding the commercial visitor accommodation is a bit of a game changer that actually might make them start to think that they could do something a little bit higher and start getting those other activities in there. There's certainly examples over in Jacks Point at the moment. The village precinct there is nearly all of the developments that are underway at the moment are retail on the ground floor and apartments on the second and third floor. And so I think there is a market for it. The thing is, it has to be built at once, so it's not that the commercial is feasible in the short to medium term and that the apartments come in later. It's the buildings have to be built at the same time, so it's whether they can support it now. I think I'd be surprised if we got to 6 stories, unless there was a hotel really interested. They'd possibly occupy the 4 upper stories, yeah, and then in which case, if you were building that high, you might include some apartments as well. I'm not. I think it's probably more likely than in the HDR precinct, just because of the commercial feasibility of it. Yeah, to realise those apartments sooner rather than later. I'd say 376 would be highly optimistic, but zeros, that's pessimistic. I think it's somewhere in between. Yeah.
And sorry, because I had said I'd finish, but I'm carrying on. You mentioned the sort of lower likely, so potentially could you see it, and this is just thinking with Ms Fairgray's short, sort of medium, longer term, if you built it 1 story, you might in 20 years, I'm not sure if there's any examples, knock it down and build 6. Like, is there a cost sort of thing whereby you could build now at a lower level, but I can see if you go 3, 4, well, no one would do 4, but if you go higher, it's not going to change. But maybe they're sort of staged in that way, which would fit the growth patterns.
I think that's relatively uncommon, but there's no reason if the financials of that stack up and someone saves money by just building 1 story now and hedges their bet, waits for the market to develop. Yeah, I'm sure it would be commercially feasible, even with the demolition cost and the loss of tenants in that reconstruction period. So it's certainly possible.
And then just with the Eastern, I'll use the name Eastern rather than all the names of the trusts, Eastern and Western, but with the proposed Eastern site, which you're not in support of. Just with that, and your answers to the questions, etc., have continued that. And has the change with the extra 50% in the commercial precinct now made it even more so that you're not supportive of that, or it just remains the fact that in your view is out of the main catchment, it will disperse things and is not necessary in terms of demand?
Yes, I think the extension that I've suggested for the commercial precinct was almost kept the same GFA but allowed for the roads. So it's about a 5% potential increase if the roads took up 30%. If they can do it with less roading, then yes, it's a bit more of an increase in GFA. So that's one of the reasons that I don't think that we need to, one of the reasons to say that there isn't a shortfall that needs to be compensated with another neighbourhood centre. I think my main reason is I don't see that distance from the commercial precinct being an efficient location to add to the centre network. It's only a marginal improvement in accessibility for some residents that are on the further eastern. I mean, the ones that would be between the commercial precinct and their proposed land are, some of them are they're right next to the commercial precinct. And that's the catchment that centre would be relying on. I think the benefit of consolidating that demand in the commercial precinct outweighs the marginal accessibility benefit for a neighbourhood centre. Yeah.
And then conversely, going to the western,
Yeah.
where you've mentioned in your summary today that potentially protecting an area or allowing in the future.
Yeah, I'm just mindful of the fact that if there is a scope issue and that that doesn't get brought into the variation at this time, if we've all agreed that that is perhaps the logical location to put a neighbourhood centre, the opportunity will be lost if it's not included or provided for in the variation at this point in time. That land could just get developed for housing, and then Anna Hutchinson Trust could come along with a private plan change, and they've kind of lost that optimal opportunity. So I just really signalled that in my summary as something to be minded of, whether there is a way perhaps that some provision could be made. Maybe it's a bit like the high density that you review it in 10 years' time, and if it hasn't happened, then you turn it into housing. But I'm just mindful of losing that opportunity.
And just because of, in terms of if it was to do that, you think that that's an efficient place to have that neighbourhood commercial, and then some future plan change going from the Hutchinson land and may go further, who knows, it would remain an efficient place?
I think when I looked at the, and I haven't spent a lot of detail looking at their submission, but some of the design plans, the residential areas were sort of in pockets, and so it didn't really have that enough of a density around its walkable catchment around a centre location. I think whereas in the western end of the structure plan area at the moment, you've got you could have a concentric circle of housing around you on all sides, and I think that's why it is better. And I think because you could tie it in with the roading, the main entrance, that would be better there than somehow incorporating it in the Anna Hutchinson land, where the layout of the residential areas is a little bit more in pockets. Yeah.
And just finally on that one, if it was proposed in that way, you'd keep the same current sizes of ground floor areas, I'm going to get it wrong, whatever, but the same sized offering rather than allowing a bigger offer or floor area.
Yeah, so I've indicated that around 2,000, something small of a neighbourhood centre size is appropriate. Then maybe the provisions could allow for some variation around that with a different activity status, I'm not sure. Just trying to encourage a smaller group of shops and something that complements the commercial precinct rather than competes with it.
Yep. And especially, I assume, the supermarket.
Yes, absolutely. The supermarket is critical to one supermarket, I think, is viable, and it has to be in the commercial precinct. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. Now, any other questions?
Playing through that multi-centre scenario, when you have evaluated the pros and cons of that, have you always, for the sake of an alternative option, had it as one, that the principal larger centre as proposed and then additional centres on top and how they might impact it? Or did you consider an option where, for instance, there wasn't a bigger or primate centre in the zone and it just had smaller but equivalent sized centres spread across it?
I must admit, at the point that I came into the project, RCG had done the initial report and obviously the variation was notified. However, I do support the idea of having the local centre and then anything else being subservient to that, just because the amenity of one bigger centre is better than the amenity of two smaller ones.
Okay, that's a helpful global answer for a Section 32 type.
Yep.
But following on from your answer to the Chair's question about if there were multiple centres or more than one, what should be preserved for the local centre, and you identified the supermarket. Anything else?
Visitor accommodation.
Okay.
I think that would not logically kept with smaller neighbourhood centres.
Okay.
Petrol station.
Petrol station in the principal.
Yes, I think
centre.
so.
Okay. The benefit of a very localised bespoke zone as opposed to a district-wide approach, is that one can be quite specific about what's needed and what's not, you see.
Yes, you could get quite prescriptive. I'm not sure there'd be, I think the size of the site is actually what's going to control the outcomes and the functional amenity rather than needing to be prescriptive.
Yeah, I was thinking more, even in a 1,000 square metre area, a service station could take a chunk of that.
Yes, well,
But you've specified that shouldn't be there.
Yes,
But-
it's about, So you want to ensure a functional mix. If it's going to be a neighbourhood centre, it's about focusing on convenience and having smaller scale tenancies ensures that you actually get a mix rather than one giant restaurant or, as you say, a big, large petrol station or something like that. So, yes, to achieve the policies and objectives of what those centres are meant to deliver, small scale is critical. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Sorry, I've got one more.
Go.
The discussion you had about supermarket car parking, and it ties to the discussion we had about the provisions and enabling the supermarket to go early, given your evidence on it. If the car parking provisions change, would we need to change the area of the precinct, or we've got enough land in the precinct that we're only going to be talking about 10 or 20 car parks and it's not needed?
No, I've done my estimates based on a 40% site coverage for a supermarket of up to 4,000, so that's incorporated.
Lovely. Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we're ahead of time. Team Urban Design, I think, is next, if I can call you that. Now, I've got my... I'm not on a computer, so I'll have my bits of paper, but... so if we could, to a degree, step through it, but where there's crossovers on questions, that might be the easiest way. But you might also have some thoughts about how we make this as simple as possible.
Absolutely, yes.
So I'll just put these away and then I'll be with you.
Yeah, yeah. It's been Michael and you, yeah. Oh, okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. Thank you.
So I'll just explain the additional piece of paper.
Thank you.
That has come out of, or is in response to the panel's question number 137, where you asked the question about how important is the gateway and is it referred to in any district plan objectives and policies. I think you can take part of the answer being no, and we've given some thought as to, or Mr. Brown's given some thought as to how you might modify the objectives and policies to reflect gateway. And so we thought we would give you that piece of paper now, given it obviously interacts with the urban design evidence. And then you should have the 3 separate summaries and responses to questions. I think if Mr. Dunn does his
Going
first, because for the responses, the other witnesses have cross-referred to his and just added their additional points.
Lovely. Okay, I'll just get... Fabulous.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
No
All
problem.
go.
All right, thank you very much. There is 3 of us, but we do have a running order, so hopefully it goes to plan. I'll start at paragraph 4 of my summary statement. So my evidence in chief was primarily set out to describe how the TPLM structure plan and variation achieve the outcomes sought by QLDC and provides for a well-functioning urban environment that integrates transport and land use solutions to create livable and connected communities. The proposed TPLM variation is a considered response to a complex range of opportunities and constraints that seeks to urbanise a highly visible rural environment. In my opinion, the variation does this in a balanced way that reflects the need to use the limited resource of land efficiently and wisely, ensures a critical mass of population to support improved public transport and social infrastructure for both proposed and existing communities, will provide for high quality walkable neighbourhoods, and responds to the unique attributes of the site and promotes a strong sense of place. The TPLM variation provides for consolidated growth with a long-term approach to density that will not enable the proliferation of more single-lot, car-orientated standalone housing. The urban design outcomes that the variation, including the structure plan, is intended to achieve can be grouped under 4 key headings: identity in place, housing provision, livability and well-being, and transport. My evidence in chief described the elements of the variation that will achieve these outcomes. It is my opinion that the approach to higher density living, combined with the spatial arrangement of the structure plan and associated provisions, will achieve the outcomes sought by QLDC and represent an efficient use of land and will provide for positive urban design outcomes. Through a considered and holistic approach to developing the TPLM structure plan and variation, it is my opinion that the proposed variation will result in an integrated and well-functioning urban environment consisting of well-connected, livable neighbourhoods. So a few paragraphs here on my position on the matters remaining in dispute. My evidence also provided a response to a number of issues raised by submitters, and my rebuttal evidence responded to submitters' urban design expert evidence primarily relating to proposed amendments to the Glen Panel site, the setbacks on State Highway 6, the requested inclusion of the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust land, and requested rezoning of Doolittle and Sons property on Howards Drive, south of State Highway 6. As stated, I support the proposed amendments to the Glen Panel site, accepting the proposal to build above the current ONF, for which I defer to the landscape expert opinion. And I support the zoning of Doolittle and Sons property for PDP high-density residential with a 12-metre height limit, but not commercial. I also support the expansion of the commercial precinct by 50% as requested by the Sanderson Group. Following initial urban design expert conferencing and additional transport and urban design conferencing, the key areas remaining in dispute relating to my primary evidence are the setbacks to State Highway 6 and the inclusion or otherwise of the AHFT land. I maintain that a landscape setback to the north of State Highway 6 with a double layer of tree planting, high quality active travel link, and housing that positively addresses the state highway is critical to achieving the urban design, transport and arrival experience outcomes sought. The joint witness statement records agreement that the setback can be reduced at the Howards Drive and Stalker Road intersections. The reduced 20-metre building setback with 18-metre amenity area without a vehicle lane for the remainder of the Ladies Mile State Highway 6 corridor as proposed in the council experts' alternative cross-section produced for the conferencing represents the minimum setback that achieves the desired outcomes in my opinion. I do not support the further reduced setbacks produced by the submitters' experts. I address the submitters' experts' position further below in response to the panel's questions. In the initial conferencing was agreed that the 25-metre minimum setback on the south side of State Highway 6 could also be supported along with building controls to ensure views to the Remarkables are preserved. I maintain that this is an appropriate setback and do not support further reduction of this setback. Regarding the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust land, I maintain that given the maximum of 2,400 dwellings that can be supported by the transport modelling, the approach taken in the variation to focus development around the commercial precinct, community park, sports hub and potential schools with a focus on walkable neighbourhoods centred around Howards Drive is an appropriate response. Although within 800 metres, but beyond 400 metres of the proposed bus stop on State Highway 6 at Stalker Road. The majority of the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust land is beyond 1,200 metres from the proposed town centre. The anticipated high school, community park and sports hub, which is outside of a comfortable walking catchment and will likely encourage more vehicle trips from this location. I also maintain that the western edge in the TPLM variation structure plan is a logical and defensible edge. Now, did you want me to go and do my questions, or do you want to do the summaries or
Yes,
first?
thank you.
Yep.
I think that's easier. We'll
Yep. Okay, so question 1.37, which relates to the gateway question, and asks for an explanation of its entirety and how it relates to the Frankton Flats. So rather than a single moment, the future gateway into Queenstown could be considered as a series of experiences that reflect the changing context and combine to create an overall sense of arrival. For many coming from the east, this may be their first impression of Queenstown. From the east, the sequence brings people in from a rural environment around the southern end of Lake Hayes and up onto the Pūtahi Ladies Mile Upper River Terrace, at which point views to Slope Hill and the Remarkables are revealed. As recorded in the Joint Witness Statement for Urban Design, all agreed that the urban gateway entrance experience starts at the proposed eastern roundabout and extends west to and around extends west from there to and around the lower Shotover Road, Stalker Road intersection, and incorporates and integrates Spence Road as part of the active urban travel network. All agreed that a high quality landscape treatment is an important component of the gateway entrance and experience. The intent of this section of the arrival experience into Queenstown is to reflect the change from a rural environment into a more urban environment, as well as reflect the heritage aspects of the Ladies Mile, such as the trees on the southern side, and maintain views to the wider landscape with clear views to the Remarkables over the lower Lake Hayes and Shotover country neighbourhoods. The proposed signalised intersection at Howard's Drive and the bringing forward of the building line at the commercial centre and potentially around the intersection on the southern side will clearly indicate a transition from rural to a more urbanised environment. Along the Ladies Mile, a generous tree-lined State Highway 6 with filtered views to development on the north side and tree-lined but with more open views to the wider landscape on the south will be a distinctive and memorable part of the arrival sequence into Queenstown. The arrival experience transitions again as you drop down and pass over the Shotover Bridge and rise again onto the Frankton Flats and into a much more urban environment along the 5-mile urban corridor as envisaged in the Frankton Master Plan and associated with the Metropolitan Centre. Much more urban in context with mixed-use development up to the State Highway on both sides and significant large format retail, residential and light industry behind on the south. This section of the State Highway has a very different character from the Ladies Mile and the road condition responds accordingly. The gateway aspect has been part of the thinking behind the development of Ladies Mile since my involvement on the project and was a key concern of the community through engagement and open days. Without a landscape setback along State Highway 6, the gateway would be a much more abrupt threshold, passing from rural east of the eastern roundabout into urban or suburban with building edges right up to the State Highway. However, without the building mass or mix of uses envisaged at 5 Mile, I consider that this would result in a poor outcome for the arrival experience into Queenstown and would rely solely on the architectural quality of the residential development delivered. So the next question, question 39, relates to the 60 km/h speed limit for State Highway 6 and the question of severance across it. I've addressed this in my evidence in chief and rebuttal evidence and in my summary of evidence. I also refer to the Joint Witness Statement following additional conferencing between urban design and transport experts. All experts agreed that a built form and or landscape response that helps safely manage the 60 km/h design speed is appropriate. Generally, all experts also agreed that urban design landscape features can create the side friction as an important part of this. I maintain that a landscape setback to the north side of State Highway 6 with a double layer of tree planting, high quality active travel link and housing that positively addresses the State Highway is critical to achieving the urban design, transport and arrival experience outcomes sought. The reduced 20-metre building setback with an 18-metre amenity area without a vehicle lane for the remainder of the Ladies Mile, as proposed in our alternative cross-section produced for the conferencing, represents the minimum setback that achieves the desired outcomes, in my opinion. Submitter's urban design experts would like to see the setback reduced to 14 metres with a 12-metre amenity area. This, in my view, would compromise the landscape attributes of the setback, remove the ability for substantial tree planting as part of the gateway experience, and compromise the experience of the active travel link by pushing it closer to traffic. In terms of severance, I don't believe that the difference between an 18-metre or 12-metre setback would make a lot of material difference, but would come at quite a cost in terms of those aspects outlined above. I note also that, as recorded in the joint witness statement, experts agreed it is appropriate to have a 10-metre minimum building setback from the carriageway on the north side adjacent to the two intersections to maximise accessibility, increase legibility around transit stops, visibility of community infrastructure, and to slow approaching vehicles from east and west, and agreed that the building setback on the south side could be reduced from 25 metres to differentiate from the mid-block cross-section, but no distance was agreed. These points form the primary connection points across State Highway 6 at appropriate locations with minimal severance. Lastly, I note that the final road corridor has not been designed in detail by Waka Kotahi, and final detailed design may impact further on the ability to deliver the intended outcomes. As such, maintaining the corridor width is important to future-proof the ability to achieve a consistent, high-quality landscape treatment and the user experience of the active travel link.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, what we might do is actually have questions of you first, if that's okay, but others, you may want to defer to others, in which case that's fine. And then we'll go through the others and they might want to defer back to you. But in terms of the panel, Judith, do you want to start again, or Gillian?
It's my lucky day.
No, off you, Jim.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Dunn. I just have the one question, I think, of yourself. So you're saying in your summary statement that you consider the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust land to not be appropriate to bring into the variation. We'll put matters of scope to one side. And if I understand correctly, your opinion is based on the location of the schools, the commercial centre, and the distance of that block of land from these facilities. So we heard from Ms Hampson a little earlier that she considers a neighbourhood centre towards the western end of the variation area would be viable and potentially beneficial. And we also, as I understand it, have no guarantee of the location of the schools, although I understand there are some discussions underway with MOE. Given those factors, and particularly the lack of fix of the schools, how much reliance should we place on your opinion in relation to the connectivity of the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust land to those facilities?
Good question.
No, it's my one and only, so I've got to make it hard.
No, it's good. Well, it's a really it's quite a complicated issue, the addition of that additional area. I would say that the commercial centre is a big part of that, and I guess the kind of the bringing together of the commercial centre, the transport hub, and the schools in that location, so that all of them working together. Although the location of the schools isn't fixed, given the site area that they take up, it's likely that they will be down that end. Certainly the indication for the high school is that it would be down the eastern end of the development area, notwithstanding that there's no guarantee with that, of course. So I think the commercial centre, I think it's over 1,200 metres from the commercial centre, which is probably the primary driver for that decision. If there were commercial in the western end, I think as Ms Hampson said, it would be quite small scale, so imagining that that's kind of more the local convenience thing, whereas the commercial centre would offer a bigger variety, and obviously with a supermarket there would have a bigger variety in offering.
Okay, so I lied, it's going to be more than one question.
Yep.
So how far to the commercial centre and the schools and that hub of facilities, would you assess the western end of the land to the south of State Highway 6, and sort of the Cocoa Ridge kind of area? How far away from facilities is that?
That would be outside the 800 metres, and obviously it's on the southern side of the state highway, so you'd also have to cross the state highway at the stalk around 12 to 1500 metres from there, which is one of the reasons why it's zoned the lower density residential, because of that proximity.
Okay,
or lack of
so
proximity.
my understanding is the Anna Hutchison Family Trust land is also looking for that lower density resident. So how are the two different?
I think one of the key issues is the location of the bus stop on State Highway 6. So the Anna Hutchison land would be, it's outside 400 metres, so it's within 800 metres, but outside 400 metres of that bus stop, whereas the land on the Cocoa Ridge side is in closer proximity, so closer access to that transport corridor along State Highway 6. And also that land is, as was mentioned earlier this morning already, so I guess it was a response to the fact that that land is already being developed in that area. Bruce, did you have anything to add to that?
So between 400 and 800 metres, where certainly in my experience from the transportation perspective, that distance is usually considered to be fairly walkable.
I think there's also some quite different, in terms of the geography of the area, for want of a better term. So that Cocoa Ridge area is sort of sitting down below the state highway. So in terms of visibility and the views across it, it does, it's similar to the Lake Hayes and Shotover country. It's kind of below those view lines. So I think there's other factors at play, not just proximity. So land use, the land on the Anna Hutchison, Family Trust is in a different catchment area. So it's sort of a different visual area. So there's a whole lot of other factors, I think. It's not just around the proximity to those, which I haven't really discussed in my evidence, but it's
so
more.
that's sort of crossing over with what Mr. Skelton, I think.
Yes, yeah.
But is it your evidence from an urban design perspective?
Mm-hmm.
Is that an urban design approach, or is that a landscape effect?
It's probably a bit of a crossover of the two, actually. I think from an urban design perspective, I think there is a logical, from a landscape perspective, there is a logical defensible boundary that comes down through there with the cemetery and the landform of Slope Hill coming down through that area. And so there is a kind of a distance, a proximity that's, a separation, if you like, through that area through there.
So the other question I have, I lied, is following on from discussion with Ms. Fairgrave this morning around the feasibility of development at different densities. So I'm going to ask that whole zone question of yourself and your colleagues in terms of urban development and urban design. So if we have essentially...
And I think where it lands is a reflection of the amendments that have happened over this process. You'll note that the original lodged variation had a higher, that's confusing, a higher density range, and through the submission process we've pulled that back a bit, and what you guys have put your finger on is now that those two, the higher and the medium zone, are actually starting to get very, very close, so it's a good observation. I think in terms of whether one zone could achieve the same outcomes, it's starting to sound potentially that could be possible. The only things that I'm thinking layered into this, which might maybe go the other way, is currently the shaping of the overall master plan, if you think about the built form that happens, is not a consistent slab. So there's kind of tapering off of built form potential as it gets to the outer peripheries of the rural environment on the far east and the far west. So because that is happening, we need to make sure that the the underlying zone and the minimum densities that it asks for are able to be achieved in that more constrained height overlay. So, for example, not say this is the case, but if the density was set too high and we were asking that to happen at the peripherals, but at the same time we were trying to respond to submitters by softening out the way Ladies Mile transitioned to the rural environment, we could potentially get into a problematic spatial problem where you couldn't pull off the density we're asking there. So, not saying that that is happening, but that's one thing to think of. The other thing, with the, I guess as Susan pointed out, with the density, the higher density range, you're starting to talk about getting some lifted, taller apartment buildings. And I appreciate that the conversations to date have been about what's the bare minimum that we might get, if all things don't go to plan, and we're sort of talking about that. But in the other end of the spectrum, it's what's enabled, what if we're wrong? And I do note developments like Hobsonville Point, which are considered very, very good kind of medium density and plus greenfield developments. When they started off as a structure plan, the density that they targeted versus what's being delivered now and the ramping up of it is quite different. So there's sort of things at play there. With these apartment building densities, one of the benefits of them is the typology tends to lend themselves to be smaller dwelling sizes and lifted, which is a good thing from a, while they're not accessible by definition, they go a long way into being more accommodating of accessible needs because they've got lifts. When you go to medium density with a lot of terrace housing, obviously there's a lot of staircases and things like that in there. So if we were going to go to a single zone, I think there would have to look at the provisions about how we bake in more, safeguarded a bit more around expectations around diversity of dwelling types and accessibility requirements. So we'll get a bit more control, but at the moment we've sort of, by being a bit loose, it's more flexible.
So I'm very glad you raised that, because I would like you to think about just that, as to what provisions, so this might be a Mr. Brown question, what provisions you think you might need to put in place if we were to go to a medium density, broader zone, more focused, high density resi. What do we have to put in place to protect amenity in that mix of typologies, not just for accessibility, but also for household sizes? Now, whilst I've got you, Mr. Lowe, and I may be going out of order a little here, you raised building heights. So would you rather I wait?
I think maybe we'll come back to
We'll come
Mr.
back.
Lowe, otherwise
Make
we'll
a
go
note,
down
building heights.
numerous rabbit holes.
Sorry, I should have answered
And
that
we'll
question
stick
too.
with Mr. Dunn
Yeah.
just for now, because there's a whole heap of questions for Mr. Lowe to look forward to, I suspect.
Okay.
And the benefit of going first is you can say others will answer
That's
it.
right. That's exactly right. Yeah. Look, I think, just on that, it is a tricky one, as Michael pointed out. The kind of the coming together of those densities has put the heat on that question around those. But again, having the high density zone around the commercial precinct and around that amenity and trying to encourage it there. The question you had earlier this morning as well around whether we make those high density zones small and really prescriptive of where we want that high density, and the challenges of doing that around around the different land ownership holdings and not wanting to foreclose the opportunity that somebody within that zone might want to do something of a higher density, because again, I think I can't remember who said it this morning, but more is better in terms of population and getting that density up there. So I guess we're not willing to foreclose that opportunity for as wide areas as we possibly can.
Thank you. That was my questions.
Sure, I've just got one question, and it's just something that I noted in the joint witness statement. It was some of the joint witness statements actually were quite confusing because there's a table that sets out what you agree and what you disagree with, and everyone got a little bit muddled as to what to put in each column. So I got a little bit confused as well. But there's a comment in there Mr Wallace noted that the Queenstown Spatial Plan currently indicates further expansion eastward and urbanisation in the future, and so he comments that would reduce the importance of the zone, or the zone's role as a gateway. Just curious about your view on that. It doesn't require any.
So that's the comment. So that's relating to the fact that if urban development would occur further
That's
east of
right.
where we've drawn at the moment, how that would affect the
Yeah, because
gateway.
at the moment we're talking a lot about this gateway and
Yep.
the importance of the gateway. Everyone's passionate about the gateway.
Mhm.
So, in the future, is it really going to be the gateway?
Bruce is dying.
Just
to
your
answer this, so I'm
opinion.
gonna-
It's
yeah,
just
no,
your
no, that's
opinion
right.
I'm
Well,
asking.
I mean, I was just going to say that I think, as I said in my summary statement and in the questions there, that the gateway I don't think is a single moment. It's a kind of collection of different experiences you transition in. I think there is potential. There's a small area on the southern side of Lake Hayes there, isn't there, which is in the future urban zone.
Just on that, if a long term and someone mentions a road called Alec Robbins Road, which I've just Googled, is a potential gateway.
Oh, okay.
But
Yep.
if the gateway was to
Mhm.
no, to move in the future,
Yep.
or if this wasn't to be the gateway, would that affect your position on the setbacks? How
yeah,
linked
sure.
an outsider sort of seemed at one stage to be a gateway,
Mhm.
came over the bridge and there was that.
Yep.
Now it's coming back.
Mhm.
Are we at risk of designing things that don't have a strategic sort of longer term, and therefore your comment about the more is better in terms of density, we might not be getting the more is better?
Mhm. Look, I think from my perspective, my opinion, that the quality landscape treatment of that long linear stretch of road is important, regardless of its gateway status or not. Would be my opinion on that. I think it's always going to be evolving, changing through that landscape, and I think that the character of that segment of the Ladies' Mile is the important thing, and where that sits as part of a piece of that overall arrival experience. And I think that arrival experience can change over time, but I think the quality of that environment would stand regardless.
Yeah. Thank you.
I only have one question, and it is in relation to the gateway, and just to allow me to preamble into it. I lived in Shotover Street in the 80s, and I live on the Otago Peninsula now, and separate to the rest of my commissioners here, I drive into Queenstown. So as I'm coming over the rise, before I get to Lake Hayes, it now glows. And for me, that's the gateway. All of a sudden I've come in and I've hit the gateway, and I'm trying to understand the difference between a perception or functionally what is the gateway as you come in, and are we defining it as that Ladies' Mile area, because by then there's already Queenstown sprawled out in front of you.
Well, it's a good observation. We were having the discussion earlier actually as well about that it is when you come over the rise and see Lake Hazy, that does kind of feel like the moment when you've arrived at Queenstown, and then you transition down through there past the bottom of Lake Hazy, as I described in the evidence. You go through a kind of sequence of events there. So I think that the quality of that experience through the Ladies' Mile, regardless of where it sits in that gateway, in that arrival sequence, is really important. And I think that establishing that, we talked about the kind of the tree-lined urban boulevard at one point, this idea of a green-filtered view. So we're not trying to screen development, but we're trying to set up a kind of character through there. Also thinking about the character of the active transport node, so the experience of being, on that active transport link next to the state highway. So I wanted to kind of, curate that experience. And so I think that the opportunity to create a memorable and distinctive experience along there is a really important one. And I think that the 6 metres, or the kind of this debate around how deep that should be, is a challenging one. But I think that the opportunity to create that now, and you know, conversely, if we didn't set that up, what that experience might be like with building edges without the mixed use and the kind of the intensity that you get on the Franklin Flats, I think would be a compromised approach.
And I didn't quite get it out of your answer, but I'm trying to understand also what the values are that are there that we're either trying to protect or create.
Mm-hmm.
If we are creating a gateway that might be for a decade, and then all of a sudden the gateway is further out, under this planning provision, what that needs to look like.
Well, I think the key aspects of it are the views to the south towards the Remarkables. So maintaining those views through there. There's the heritage tree, the trees along the southern side there, the chestnut trees there, which have got a lot of community regard for. So that's kind of that linear aspect, and highlighting that linear aspect. So that sort of lower the views you get across, because the Shotover country and the Lake Hayes are are set down on the lower river terraces, and development that's occurred up there at the moment with the Queenstown Country Club, you do get those views. So I think the protection of those views has been a kind of quite a critical aspect. The views to Slope Hill as you come up around the bottom of Lake Hayes, so kind of maintaining that rural aspect at that point. So you kind of get that reveal, I suppose, as you come up to that rise. And then wanting to create that sort of green filtered view to the north. So the idea of using a landscape treatment through there to create that experience as opposed to an architectural expression. Yeah. Does that answer the question? Sort of?
Partly, I'm trying to work out the screening of 2 rows of trees. Is that screening or is that ambience, or what is it that the 2 rows of trees are doing and the setback, whether it should be 18 or 25 or something further back, or parts of it are currently bunded, parts of it aren't. I still can't get it in my head what we're trying to achieve there.
I think what we're trying to achieve is a consistency of that experience. So having a consistent treatment along that linear length, and the idea that we could do that with a landscape treatment as opposed to a built edge. So it's not trying to screen the development behind it, but it's just trying to establish that consistency. So the idea that you are travelling along and through that consistent, with a consistent view.
I'll go with that for the moment. Thanks.
Okay.
Good.
Did you want to add something, Bruce?
I also want to ask you some questions about the state highway treatment. And you just talked about the importance of its consistency of treatment. Who owns it? And who maintains it? And who governs what gets planted? And how does the consistency you've talked about get achieved?
Do you want to answer that one, Bruce?
You can defer to someone else.
Yeah.
I'd rather you didn't get answers given to you by other witnesses. That hasn't worked for me so far.
No, sure.
Just leave it for someone else if you'd prefer. I think that's a cleaner way to do it.
Perhaps is that question better left a little further?
I think that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
So I think he's passed the ball to you for later.
A note to come back to it, just so we don't forget it.
As I've putting aside whether the proposed provisions do it or not, let's put that aside for now, but your understanding is very greened, very consistent treatment,
Yes.
And you talked at a number of points about the qualities you think are very important, and I understand all that. Is it your view then that, for instance, in front of a possible commercial area, a supermarket car park wouldn't be expected inside the building restriction area?
It would be probably less desirable than other.
Well, is it your view that is it your intent that wouldn't happen? Or is it your intent that it's more about getting us a building setback and maybe there's wiggle room for what goes in it?
So the question is around the commercial sense.
So I can understand not putting buildings inside a building restriction area. I'm asking about
Oh,
other
sorry.
things that aren't
Yeah.
buildings, like
Yeah.
the giant car park for my giant
Yeah.
supermarket.
Yeah. So the building restriction area at the commercial centre is only 10 metres.
Yep.
Yep.
And so what do you envisage?
I envisage that there would still be the active travel link would still be coming
Yes.
through there. So you still have an active travel link, footpath. I would
Yeah.
still envisage at least a single line of tree.
So it's not the broader, it's a bit of a compression,
Mhm.
but it's a halfway house for some unique reason to do with the commercial centre that wouldn't be appropriate
Yeah.
everywhere else.
Yeah, well, I think it's bringing, the opportunity is to bring the building line
Okay.
forward at that point to signal the town centre.
Right.
Yeah, and then create less severance to that area there, so by bringing the building form.
And just to save me holding everyone up while I ferret through the rules, that reduced setback at the commercial centre, is that subject to any reduced building height at that point too, or not?
I'll have to just check the plans. I think there was yes, I think there's a 3 metre height limit and a 2, oh no, it's not, sorry. There's a 13 metre maximum height limit.
A what?
A 13 metre
Okay.
maximum, yes.
How far does that go back?
That's the, extends, back towards Slope Hill, or?
Okay.
It goes back 50 centimetres.
Okay.
So it extends the length of the, along Highway 6, it extends the length
Okay.
of the...
Okay. Last question, I just want to pick up on your responses to the first questions you were asked about the Hutchinson property.
Yep.
As I've understood the evidence of the council collectively, the proposed commercial centre and the hoped-for schools, they're not proposed schools, but I can understand the desirability of them. I didn't see anything that intended to limit their service to the zone. I've been
No.
told that they
Yep.
service a much wider area. And I have to say, I struggled to understand the answer you gave your questions earlier, where you said the Hutchinson land might be too far away from those, even though as far as I can see, there's a substantial area of land much further and which has contributed to their being included, for instance, the size of the centre. And I suppose in fairness to you, I just wanted to signal that I didn't think you've given a very apples with apples type answer there, and I thought maybe, I mean, your answer is your answer, and we'll respect it and take it, but
Sure.
but I thought I'd give you an opportunity, whether there's
Re-answer that.
any specific other reasons you might have that could justify limiting anything on the Hutchinson land. And this is assuming we might think there's scope and a compelling case to go there. Of
Sure.
course, we might not, but
Yep.
but you know what I'm saying.
Yep, no, I do. I appreciate the opportunity to answer that question again. I think one of the issues is obviously the Lake Hayes and Charlotte Country are already established neighbourhoods, so the proximity of those is already determined. So I think
But they'll be coming to the centre of the schools.
yes, they will be, and they'll be travelling from outside of a walkable catchment, arguably.
And
But-
council hasn't said we don't want them travelling that
No.
far because it's not walkable, so
No.
let's make our centre smaller so they can't do it.
Yeah. No. Look, I think the other thing which I failed to mention in the last question as well was we were working under, there's this 2,400 density cap. So I think what we've been looking to do is try and consolidate that population
Yep.
around those centres and those things. So I think one of the things we've been grappling, if it was additive, it would be less of an issue. If it's going to dilute that density, that's when it becomes problematic. So I guess we've been sort of looking at it and going, we want to put people where we're putting the amenity, and the key amenity around the town centre, the potential schools, the transport links. So wanting to co-locate as many people as we can with those for all of the benefits in terms of mode shift, giving access for people to those things. So I guess one of the issues is with that, taking that cap into mind, it's sort of diluting that through a wider area is seen as less desirable.
Okay, thank you.
So just picking up on what you were saying there about dilution.
It was Judith. I suddenly thought, was it Gillian who asked? But no, it
No.
was Judith.
Around dilution, and I understand that you've been working under the premise that adding in the Anna Hutchinson Family Trust land and you've still got 2,400 households, you have lesser density across the whole thing.
Mhm.
But we had evidence from Ms Fairgrave this morning that she's expecting maybe 1,800 households to be developed within the Ladies Mile variation land. So if the Anna Hutchison Family Trust land were to be in addition to those 1,800, would that affect your opinion?
Well, first off, I mean, I would be hopeful that we would be at the higher end of the density. I guess that's what we're planning and enabling for, and taking that long-term, this is a long-term strategic plan that we've looked to enable density over a long period of time. So I think, we would be looking for those densities to be higher, notwithstanding that the economic evidence is what it is. So, sorry, the question again was would it be?
Well, Ms Fairgrave is saying 1,800 houses. You're saying you'd love to see the 2,400, but if the economics isn't there for 2,400 on the area of land you have, but if Anna Hutchison Family Trust land could actually help develop and deliver more houses to the market, my question is, how is that not a good thing? And notwithstanding transportation potential effects,
Yep.
but if that helps you get to that 2,400,
Yep, to support those things. Then
to support the density that you're saying you've been working to, I guess my question is, does that change your opinion of the suitability of bringing that land in, particularly given the discussion we've already had around the walking distance, the schools, all those things?
Yes, I think potentially, it potentially does. I think I'm worried about some of the lower density proposition through there, and again, that sort of the efficient use of land in that location. And if we're looking to increase density through there, then I think we should be looking to maximise that opportunity.
So if it went to medium density, would that work better for you?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just conscious we're bang on 3, so I might do my questions after 3, just so people can have a break, just for 15 minutes. And then we'll be back at 3:15, and we've got the urban designers for the rest of the afternoon. So excitement ahead. So we'll see everyone at 3:15.
underway, and we're still with Mr. Dunn and the urban designers. So, Mr. Dunn, in terms of questions, might just start with the density discussion you were just having before. Oh.
Sorry. Thank you. Sorry, I'll start that again. Welcome back, everybody. Mr. Dunn, with the density in the difference 2418 to 2000, and you mentioned hopefully at the higher end, from a numbers perspective in urban design, why are you hopeful at the higher end? What urban design outcome is that 2-4 delivering that maybe around 2 might not?
Well, I think from an urban design perspective, what we're trying to do is create really vibrant, viable, walkable community in this area, and also support the mode shift ambitions of the project. So, supporting public transport, supporting the schools, supporting the local amenity, and the commercial centre. So, trying to get as many people in the area to utilise that as possible. So, I guess from a pure population perspective, the more people that are in that area to support those things, the more vibrant they're likely to be. And so that's, I guess, when I say more is better, what I'm sort of referring to in that instance.
Is there a tipping point from an urban design? Forget about the transport. But are you saying, look, cram them in here? From an urban design perspective, build it out. And therefore, don't worry about setbacks, etc. Just build it out.
No, I think I think there is a tipping point. I don't know what that number is, but I think it's a balance of creating the population to support that vibrancy, but also responding to the character of the area and to the I guess the unique site that it is. So it is a spacious environment. So willing to maintain views to that wider landscape is an important aspect of living in the area. So there are provisions in there which require slightly more outlook, open space, and so on. So within the structure plan, have been very careful to structure that in a way that maintains views to slope hills, for example, and those views to the wider landscape. So I think that sense of spaciousness within that environment is important. So I don't think it's a case of fill your boots as much as you can everywhere. I think there's a balance there, but certainly wanting to encourage enough people to make all of those things really, really work.
And would you be concerned if it was 2,000?
If it was only
Yes, instead of 2-4.
No, look, I think 2,000. Somewhere in that sort of region would be okay. Yeah.
And so you see the minimum densities from an urban design perspective as helping deliver and achieve the vibrancy.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
And with the discussed, and if it is a kick to Mr. Lowe, just say it's a kick to Mr. Lowe and we'll come back, probably is, but with the change in the densities that we're talking about now, and if we're to go to medium density, which is an if, we've got lots of ifs, do you personally see that as a potential issue for the zone? It's having the medium, but if there's more in the future, that's good.
So you're suggesting a medium across the whole?
As in one zone.
As in one zone. Look, I think the point that Mr. Lowe made before around I think the point around variety and diversity is important, and I think the opportunity to go to the higher density supports some of those ambitions. If you were able to achieve some of that through a medium density zoning, then that would be a positive thing. Yeah.
2 questions then. Do you think you could achieve the typology mix with medium density and with the ability to go more, and with the commercial and the discussion with Ms. Hempson about potential apartment typologies above the commercial zone?
I think there's the potential to do that. I think that the higher density zone, as we currently have it, does encourage obviously the higher density around the commercial node that we're trying to create, and having a higher minimum within there does require at some point to hit those higher densities. So I think that that's a good mechanism to be able to do that.
And then just moving on to a slightly different one, the setbacks and the sort of the vibe as you drive in, for want of a technical term.
No, that's good.
To the right-hand side and in your summary, you talk about the views to the south as you're driving in. If you have this double-laned sort of tree version, does that, I realise at the moment there's just trees the whole way along that side of the northern side of State Highway 6, but does that allow the views through to Slope Hill that have been talked about? Or are you talking about the views to Slope Hill as being internal focus rather than a State Highway 6 focus?
Yeah. The views to Slope Hill, I think, are really, you get those as you come around with with the setback from the east from Lake Hayes, so you get that kind of big view of Slope Hill as you come up onto the river terrace. And then I think as you come through the Ladies Mile, the views to Slope Hill are more that local view. So as you turn in, as you turn in either Howard's Drive, you'll get that kind of direct view to Slope Hill. So I think they're more localised at that point.
Because I had thought, and who knows where the schools will be, but there's the landscape concept of the views through to Slope Hill.
Yes.
And I was just wondering if there's screening, do the two mesh together? Or I think it was particularly through like the high school and then different avenue views.
Look, I think there's the opportunity to craft that along the way. So if the high school was there, for example, the opportunity would be to have a break in the trees through there and have the view, have that big view through. So I don't think the two are mutually exclusive. I think the spacing of the trees would be really critical. I think there will be opportunities along that stretch to create some of those wider views. But I don't think the two have to be mutually exclusive in that sense.
And then the flip side with the setback is housing intensification development coming forward.
Yep.
And the focus has been opening to State Highway 6. How close, and I realise there's probably Waka Pūtahi questions about noise, etc., but how close can a setback go, just for my layperson's knowledge, before you probably switch around and have your back to the State Highway rather than open to it?
That's a very good question. I'm not actually sure what that dimension would be. I think what we really wanted to do is have, have the front doors, looking on towards State Highway 6. So that creates the activity and I guess that side friction that the transport engineers will talk about in terms of wanting to encourage that slower traffic speed through there. And so, I don't know what that minimum dimension would be from a kind of technical point of view, but I think, living next to a state highway, there's a busy state highway, it's a freight route, coming through. So you don't wouldn't want to get too close to the environment. And then the last thing we want is back fences along the unactive, frontage back fences. Also got the active travel link, which is going to thread through there as well. So wanting to make that a really desirable way for people to get around. So wanting to make that an attractive route. So I think the more pinched that gets, the more compromised all of those aspects might become.
And could some of it actually be backed onto, so you get some fronting, some backed, so it's not all uniform, there's some difference? Or you're wanting the sort of avenue type
in terms
approach?
Of the building edge?
In terms of the building edge.
I think the preferable outcome is to have the building frontages that way, in terms of having more activity, more activation along there, having more eyes on the active travel link from a safety point of view, and all of those good things. So I think our approach, or my approach, my view would be wanting to try and maintain that frontage for the majority of that, that setback.
And then to the southern side,
Mhm.
so currently there's the big setback.
Yep.
We'll come back to the Dobbs property, but later on. I think it's the Dobbs, at the first one on the left.
Oh,
But
yes, yep.
as you're driving in, but along there again, it's the sort of 25 metre is where the discussion is from memory, and there's a building height, etc. Obviously, as you drive in, there's going to be, if it all goes ahead, playing fields first up, so you can sort of look across those.
Yes.
Again, how important is consistency versus the density, etc., of that setback on the southern side by Queenstown Country Estate, etc.?
Mm-hmm. So I think consistency of that experience is along the Ladies Mile, but with room for variation within there. So pulling the building frontage forward at Howard's Drive, so kind of creating that node with the commercial centre, potentially with community facilities on the other side. So that kind of creates a neck point there, if you like. So having those moments along there help to sort of create some differentiation along that. So it's kind of consistency, but with moments of change through there. The views across the 516 site will be really strong, and then I think maintaining a consistency of approach along the Queenstown Country Club would be important. But I think within that there is scope to have variation of building setback and things along there. But the consistency might be through the landscape treatment of the tree planting through there, for example.
So you're thinking more tree planting rather than more sort of built edges around that sort of those the intersection there at Howard's.
Sorry, you're talking about the intersection?
On the southern side. I'm just, you're
Yep.
saying 25 metres would be your preference the whole way, or it could?
I think it could come forward at the Howard's Drive intersection there, so similarly to the north side, so you kind of create that point there, like a node point there. So I think the opportunity on the 516 site would be for a community facility building, for example, could come forward into that spot there.
And do you know if the provisions allow for that at the moment, or? Don't worry, it's a question Mr. Brown can. Don't worry, that's fine, it can be addressed. Just going back actually to the Dobbs property, so that's the little one coming in, the first one, and they've sought various outcomes that you're not in support of. Your preference remains to keep that open in the rural zone?
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
And even with a setback, and I'm not sure how much space there is on the terrace there, but even with a setback, you'd prefer that to remain, so it would be open and then 516 and then the
country club. Yes, correct. Yeah. Yeah, look, I think with a setback through there, it would be the only built form in that area. And by the time you had the setback, I'm not sure how big it would be exactly, but it was a relatively small area to develop. And so the preference would be to keep that free of development and maintain those views through that section.
And that would be part of potentially initially a gateway experience and then longer term just consistency.
Correct, yeah.
And going to just as we work back, staying on the south side, there's the Doolittle land.
Yep.
Now that's proposed, you talk about in your summary, I think, residential, sorry, I've got so much paper, residential.
Yes.
But we were hearing just earlier today, it might be, I've forgotten the word, sort of live and work.
Yep.
So you're comfortable from an urban design perspective that live and work can fit in? I'm assuming that's like a sort of garage underneath with a house
my
on top or
understanding would
something.
be, ground floor sort of studio space or workshop space, and then living above. Yeah, so look, I think that would be appropriate in that location.
In that
Yeah.
location.
Yep.
Then again, coming down, but we'll kick over to the Hutchinson land. So we've been talking about that. You make a comment about, I'm just trying to find it, but in relation to the Hutchinson land, the comment about alternative layouts that would better integrate transport connections, commercial activity and higher density residential at the western end. That's paragraph 31 of your rebuttal if you do want to go to it. But is your concern there that obviously the way that this is developed, you think it could, with a bit of thought, be better designed if we were to consider that, number one, it was within scope, and number two, appropriate?
Yeah, that's right. I think we've progressed the structure plan on the basis that that wasn't part of the structure planning process, and so have designed that western end accordingly in terms of the way that the collector road comes down and meets the lower Shotover Road and that intersection and those kind of moments through there. So look, I think if there were, if that land were to be included and people were going to be living in that area in proximity to the transit stop there, I think there would be ways of re-looking at the roading network primarily, and the location of any potential commercial node that might come through there. So I think the opportunity, if there were more residents in that area, I think the opportunity to re-look at that area to better serve them would be a good opportunity to take.
And in that paragraph too, you talk about neighbourhood park, and it could be more strongly connected, etc. So, and then you also talk in your rebuttal about the cycle connections.
Sure. So I think that paragraph's responding to there were some plans that were appended to the submitter's evidence, and so that was responding to the layouts that they had shown. And I just sort of was reflecting that actually, with a bit more time and the opportunity, I think that there'll be some tweaks to either the current structure plan or to their proposal that would better serve. So for one example, locating the neighbourhood park in that location with the commercial activity without severing it with the collector road. So I think there's some opportunities through there.
Yep,
that makes sense.
And now just going back to your summary. I wrote as you were talking, and I suppose this comes to the provisions and some of the discussions on density, but also on the urban design requirements. The require versus enable, and where you draw the line, from a section 32, but an appropriateness sort of level between urban design requirements and urban design enablements. I take it things like the setbacks you'd want as requirements.
Correct, yes.
Do other elements need to be maintained in your experience as requirements, or is enablement, and some submitters have asked for, we don't need to specify or absolutely require X, let's just enable it. In your experience, is there a balance between the two, and has the drafting struck the right balance?
Yes, there is a balance between the two. I think primary spatial elements in the structure plan are quite important in terms of getting the collector road as an example, to get that to line up across 19 different landowners. So having some really stringent requirements in those particular elements, so that they kind of get the overall framework to align and to work, I think are really critical. Then there are some other aspects where we're just trying to enable and encourage positive outcomes. So I think provisions as they're written do strike that balance.
And maybe, is Mr Lowe
Mr.
probably
Lowe's going to be much more across
informed on that
detail
one?
of those, so just wanted that to
Excellent, thank you. I've got no further questions. Anyone else? No, thank you very much, Mr Dunn.
Thank you.
It's you, but if you just give me 2 minutes, or not 2 minutes, 1 minute, I'll be quick. Of course, I've got the index at the front. Okay, thank you. Everyone, rest of the panels all, yep, it was just me you were waiting for.
Got a photo. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Michael Lowe, and I'm in this issue of Pacific Architecture. And my main involvement in the project has been from the inception through the master planning process and onwards this construction plan and plan variation. My main focus being with the zone provisions and crossing many things, including the density minimum maximum as well. I'll pick up on paragraph 4 of my summary. The TPLM zone provisions give effect to the unique outcomes sought for in the structure plan as a well-functioning urban environment, which I set out some sub-points to that in paragraph 15 of my evidence in chief. The zone provisions were crafted using a suite of well-considered and well-designed site-specific provisions. Several notable rules include requiring the efficient use of land through minima and maxima residential density standards, helping building massing sit sensitively within the wider rural and landscape character context through rules for building heights, building separation, boundary setbacks, and landscape buffers. Enabling a connection to nature through more generous minimum residential outlooks, yard sizes, and landscape requirements, and helping to limit vehicular congestion through maximum car parking ratios and minimum cycle parking end-of-trip facilities. These provisions were thoroughly developed and tested in 3D computer software using a range of density scenarios on a large 70-hectare test site. In my primary evidence, there is a few snippets from that 3D testing model, if you're interested. The proposed provisions considered key reference documents, including the NDRS standards, the Auckland Unitary Plan, terrace housing and apartment building zone provisions, and QLDC's proposed district plan. The provisions were continually tested through the evolution of the structure plan by members of the design consortium, which helpfully for me included 3 urban design professionals and a planning team here. That process concluded that the proposed TPLM variation provisions would enable a balanced consenting approach between controlling for good outcomes and also giving the market flexibility to enable a diverse range of housing typologies and a range of development approaches to be used on a site in question. I consider the minimum and maximum residential density requirement as the most critical rule. In my opinion, the rule is needed to ensure several outcomes. Firstly, the land in this finite growth corridor is efficiently developed over a 100-year long-term outlook, noting that once retrospectively, due to the granulated and fragmented land ownership that happens. B, to deliver the population density to enable sufficient uptake of public transport and mode shift. Through the maximum densities rules, avoid enabling too much housing yield, which would lead to unacceptable congestion levels on State Highway 6, which Mr. Shields will talk to. And lastly, high density typologies, which I think will improve the overall housing diversity in what is a